is Wednesday, March 10th at 6:30 p.m. Getting started right on time this evening, and welcome to the Marina Planning Commission. With that, I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
All right. Chair Brian McCarthy?
Here.
Commissioner Nancy Amadeo?
Here.
Commissioner Hyun-Soo Her?
Here.
Commissioner Surinder Rana?
Here.
Commissioner Richard St. John?
Here.
Commissioner Walton will be joining us later, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
And Commissioner Glenn Woodson?
I saw him here.
You see. Commissioner Woodson?
Let me see. Where is he? He's on the call.
I see him.
Yeah,
I don't think I can hear you, but I do see you.
Let's try this. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. Zoom versus Google video conference. Different setup.
Excellent. So we have a quorum with Commissioner Walton having called in and mentioning that she is on her way. With that, I'd like to move on to a moment of silence and Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please join me.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
United States of
and
America,
to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under
under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for that moment of silence.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, moving on. We have public comment. Let me bring up my agenda here. Special announcements, communications from the floor. This is the opportunity for any member of the public to approach the commission. If you have any items of interest to the public, community events, you're welcome to raise your hand and you will be recognized for up to 4 minutes. Okay, I see Mr. Owen has his hands up. I'm gonna unmute him. Actually, it looks like we need, allow to talk, okay. So it looks a little bit different this time, so bear with me. Mr. Owen, you should be unmuted. And
I think I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you have 4 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. At the last council meeting, the Director of Public Works mentioned that the city had received an award from the, let's see, American Public Works Association, and that the city had received this reward for a project on the demolishment of the Army Stockade. And this was for a project of the year 2022 for environment. And I'm hoping that someone from staff or on this call that could explain a little bit about, was this really, Marina got this award from all the other cities in the whole country? Because that's what it sounds like. And if they could explain, this is from the Wallace Group, a little bit. I'm stopping now, so there's 3 minutes left, and hopefully the staff can respond 3 minutes to tell us about this great award. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Owen. And we will try to address questions if appropriate at the end of public comment. All right, next up we have Sherry. Sherry, we're going to get you unmuted. All right. You should be able to unmute yourself, Sherry. Okay. Try again here.
Good evening.
Good evening, Sherry. You have 4 minutes. Please go ahead.
The conservation of Marina's natural resources is critical to the future of our community. Among those resources are the preservation of our precious trees. In order to preserve and protect our trees, several things need to happen immediately. First, the city of Marina needs to hire a full-time arborist and landscape architect with a consistent vision of conservation who can provide guidance and scientific oversight to all projects involving trees brought before the city. Therefore, all these projects must be put on hold until we have an arborist on staff. Second, the important role, functions, and benefits that mature established trees provide must be recognized and removal of such trees severely limited. Trees are living organisms that support whole communities of life forms, not pieces on a chessboard for us to manipulate as we please. We should not be in a big hurry to cut down healthy, mature trees, which provide important benefits in the present that saplings cannot replace for many years in the future. Because of multiple fires, drought, and wind damage in California and locally, too many trees have already been lost. We cannot afford to lose a single tree right now. Trees are critical to the survival of life on this planet. We cannot engage in landscape design and planning as if climate change is not happening. Trees absorb carbon dioxide from the air, thus reducing greenhouse gases. Some of the benefits that trees provide, besides the absorption of carbon dioxide and release of oxygen, are as follows. They absorb other pollutant gases such as nitrogen oxides, ammonia, sulfur dioxide, and ozone, increase atmospheric moisture and cool the ambient temperature, help prevent water pollution, provide a canopy and habitat for wildlife, act as windbreaks, provide shade, muffle noise from streets, freeways, and factories, prevent soil erosion, increase soil fertility by attracting microorganisms, increase property value, increase the beauty of any neighborhood or business district, joy and inspiration. Third, design considerations must be secondary to conservation and preservation of the ecosystem. Therefore, the selection of new trees to plant should be indigenous native trees that maintain the character of the region and support the local wildlife. We should limit non-native species like strawberry trees, which are native to South Africa. Also, design considerations and development projects need to integrate existing mature trees into their plans. Fourth, we need an ordinance strictly prohibiting the cutting of any tree, public or private, without a permit to prevent the reckless destruction of healthy mature trees, thus incurring long-term losses to our community. Signs need to be visibly posted on any property, public or private, where tree removal is proposed so that the public can be readily aware of such projects which may affect them and participate in public hearings. Where there are trees, there is life, but our mature trees over 50 to 100 years old are currently unprotected. You can wake up one day and a beautiful tree on your street or an entire grove of trees in your neighborhood is suddenly and mysteriously gone, never to return. These actions need to be taken as soon as possible before our precious trees are permanently lost. Although planting saplings is important, they can take a lifetime to grow, and in the current climate crisis, we just don't have forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry, and thank you for joining us tonight. You sound like a qualified candidate for the tree committee for sure, and we'll address those comments at the end of public comment. Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Tina Walsh. Tina, you are unmuted. Thanks for joining us.
Okay. Hello, planning commissioners. I just want to take this opportunity as a member of the Marina Tree and Garden Club to let you all know that we are going to have our cutting day on Sunday, March 20th, down at the farmers market between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. And it's an opportunity for the community to bring cuttings and root divisions and extra seedlings from their yards to exchange with other neighbors in Marina, and maybe pick up some new stuff for yourself. And our object is not to sell you anything, but just to help beautify Marina 1 yard at a time. So come to our cutting day on March 20th at the Farmers Market. You can find more information on our Facebook page, Marina Tree and Garden Club. And we have a website, marinatreeandgardenclub.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina Walsh. And thank you for all that Marina Tree and Garden Club does for the city. I think many residents don't know the rich history that the club has had, and all of the things that they've contributed to not only the Planning Commission, but just the city at large. Okay, let's see if we have anyone else with their hand up. No, I'm not seeing anyone. So what we'll do is we'll bring it back to the commission here for comments, and we'll address the couple of comments that we heard from the public. Commissioners, do you have anything you'd like to share with the group? Please raise your hand. Yeah, I'm not seeing any hands. So we'll go ahead and close a public comment. And then I just heard kind of two things. One was Mr. Owen had talked about the award that our Public Works Department received regarding the stockade removal. My guess is that staff may not even be aware of that. They may be, but does staff have anything to say about that award? Or I guess he was asking if it was for the entire state.
Elvie is here. She works with Brian in Public Works. She might be able to speak to that. Otherwise, I'd have to get back to the commission. So.
Okay. Let's see if they can speak. Yeah, I'm not seeing them.
Yeah, she's under the attendees. So.
Was that the Wallace group? Oh, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Elvie, you're welcome to make a comment on that if you have one, but you are certainly not required to. Yeah. Do you know anything about the award, or if it was for the entire state?
Yes, I know a little bit about the award. Good evening, everyone. My name is Elvie Camacho, Principal Engineer for Wallace Group. The city of Marina received the that award that Mr. Owens mentioned. It's the Project of the Year award. It's a APWA Central Coast chapter. It's not the national. So, but definitely they encourage us to apply for the national, but I don't know, Brian didn't ask me to apply for or submit an application for it. So I do hope that answers the question. It is for environmental, Project of the Year environmental. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Elvie. Really appreciate you chiming in there. The second was more of a comment. Sherry had just talked a little bit about trees within the city. I just want to make the comment that for those that aren't aware, that the city does have code relating to tree removal and the formation of a tree committee. Our tree committee is a subcommittee of the Planning Commission. It is currently on hold, in part due to COVID and staffing reasons. And I guess I would just encourage any member of the public who is not happy with that paradigm to reach out to their elected officials, as those are the ones that are probably in the best position to kind of have that conversation. Does staff have anything else they'd like to add to that?
No, not at the time. We'll go through the tree issues for tonight, and yeah, we can certainly follow up. So.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right. So with that, we will move on to the next item, which is an informational item regarding the Dunes project.
Yeah, Doug Yount's going to give this. So before Doug starts, just so when I started with the city in December, I met most of the planning commissioners, and I heard from a couple of planning commissioners that, hey, we don't feel like we're getting kind of timely updates on projects. So I thought, well, okay, you're the planning commission, and I'm serving you and your residents. So reached out to Doug, and he was gracious enough to kind of give an overview of kind of where the Dunes is. And yeah, so I appreciate him coming out for that. So I just wanted to let the commission know I've heard what you said, and yeah, we're going to be doing a lot more informational updates so you guys are aware of stuff that's going on. So I'll pass it off to Doug. So.
All right. Thank you, Guido, Chair McCarthy and commissioners. Good to be here this evening. And some of you I know, some of you are new. And as Nancy knows, been in this community for many, many years and seen a lot of great things. And as a former city manager and development director, I just want to say thank you for your service to the community. I know there's a lot of hours with Planning Commission particularly, and I'm always pleased to see people commit time and energy to better their community. So thank you for your service in that regard. Let me, this is an update on the Dunes project. There's a lot of activity happening on the Dunes project, as you are well aware probably of driving by and seeing things, but there's a lot coming as well. So I wanted to put together some slides, and I thought you could ask questions as you go along. There's a few slides. I'll try to go quickly through this. I know you have a large agenda tonight, one item on the Dunes in the end there as well, and I'll go quickly. So let me share my screen here, Guido, if I do that.
Yeah,
then.
yeah. Go ahead.
And so this should come up there. Let me go to put it on presentation mode. Is my screen still being shown there?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can see it.
Okay, great. So this is the Dunes on Monterey Bay, formerly back in entitlements known as University Villages, 2007-8 time period, changed to the Dunes on Monterey Bay. My name is Doug Yount. I'm the project director. We may have joining us tonight as well, probably in the audience is Don Hofer, who's our Senior Vice President for Community Development for Northern California Division, as well as a resource if there are any other questions that I can't answer coming forward. So quick agenda, a little bit on the background, talk about the project overview as a whole, completed development, development under construction, and future development. And like I said, there is a lot happening. It's a very exciting time for the Dunes. Like many development projects, which I'm sure you're familiar with, you spend a lot of time in the planning and the entitlement and the preparation, and then boom, it just takes off. So we're in that phase, if you will, in a number of circumstances. A little background, if you're not aware, I imagine many of you are, with the closure of Fort Ord on the 91 closure list, 93 as well, and then officially in 94, adoption of a base reuse plan in 97. The Fort Ord Reuse Authority, which had been around for more than 20 years, as guiding that effort for all the 5 jurisdictions of property in Fort Ord. And then the property actually transferred in a number of different methods from the Army to FORA to the city of Marina in the early 2000s. Background, again, this was originally the University Village project. Developer was selected was Marina Community Partners, a combination of Shea Homes, Pulte Homes at the time, or Centex at the time, later acquired by Pulte, and Shea Properties, a commercial division of Shea. Today, it is wholly owned by Shea Homes, now going forward. In 2005, projects entitlements. 2007, there was a CEQA challenge that was successful, resolved. Construction started on the commercial in 2007 and the residential. As we all painfully know, the Great Recession came in 2008. DDA stands for Disposition and Development Agreement. We had some of the project agreements modified to account for the fact of the Great Recession. Single family development construction started up again in 2014. Commercial construction continued over the entire time period. Although, if you will, it's been now 22 years, or 17 years, excuse me, if you can believe it, Commissioner Amadeo. It's been a long time. And it's just want to say one word in my experience of 30 years in public service before into the private sector now. With development, it is unusual for a development and master plan development for a single developer to be involved in that length of time, and the city of Marina is fortunate to have that good of a development partner for that long of time to stick through the various economic cycles. There were some additional modifications in some of the development agreements in development contracts, if you will, in 2019 to ensure and continue the progress of the project. So overall, the entitlements, it's 330 acres, including all of the open space parks and public streets, It's a master plan community. It's 1,237 homes entitled, 750,000 of retail, commercial, titled for 750,000 business park, 500 hotel rooms, 46 acres of parks and open space, multimodal corridors, trails, bike paths, beach access, and 25% affordable workforce housing. It's a very significant project. It's the largest project on the central coast of California right at the time. And it's obviously a significant project for the city of Marina. It is also an award-winning project. In 2013-14, it won a state award with 13 other projects in the state for master plan of all development projects for a Sustainable Communities Award relative to the land use in terms of being a very mixed use, horizontal and vertical mixed use project throughout, particularly in a suburban area like Monterey Peninsula. It also is walkable community, density, a mixture of land uses as well, job generation, and of course, a number of sustainable measures relative to whether it's the Title 24 or other types of sustainable measures, but particularly, for example, with the recycling of concrete and on the project of 95% or more that gets recycled and put back into the base for streets and others. The land use plan is in the specific plan. I won't go through the details of this, of course, but as you can see, there's, as you know, the project is bounded on Imjin Parkway, Highway 1, 2nd Avenue, DeVardy or 1st Street down here, 8th Street, California Avenue and Imjin, and the former CDAC Hill up here as well. And so it's a very, significant project, almost 3/4 of a mile this way, half a mile east-west. So it is a significant wrapping around CSUMB. You also have 3 primary phases in the project that have a variety of land uses in there. Currently, the darker blue or black phase here, phase 1, which is most of the existing development that's already occurred, that is owned by Marina Community Partners or Shea Homes. Now, recently, or last year, or the year before, there was an acquisition of phase 2, which is in the yellow areas, and that's now been acquired by Shea Homes Marina Community Partners as well. Future phase for acquisition is the blue, which is phase 3. And there's also these opportunity phases in orange, which will go with the adjacent phase or can come when the market demand is there. The hill up here, which is called phase 2 north, that in fact, it was acquired at the same time with phase 2 per the development requirements. We do estimate that phase 1 and 2 are now under construction as we speak. And phase 3 is fully entitled, improvement planning underway, tentative map coming relative to residential and commercial. We'll talk about later. We do estimate to build out the rest of the project. Most of phase 1, again, is developed with the exception of some property in the middle, which I'll explain in a moment. But phase 2 is getting developed, but we do anticipate about a 5 to 8 year build out. And of course, that's very much depends on market demand and given today's market and strong demand, we were hoping that it will be more towards the 5 and not towards the 8, but we'll see what the world brings. As we know, there are challenges out there, but also opportunities. I'm just going to quickly go through these. You're familiar with each of these developments, of course. The regional retail with these opened in 2007. The Major General William Gorley VA DOD clinic, one of the only one in the country. Actually, there's 2 now in the country, I believe, of active military and veterans facilities that are combined. We also have Champ or Montage does have a facility. They do here in this green area here have the ability for a 3rd building to open in their entitlements. Shops at the Dunes is the official name of the quick serve restaurant shop. Opened in 2016. Of course, the Marriott Springfield Suites opened in 2017. The 5-screen Cinemark Theater. And then single family residential was completed in 2020 with 332 homes constructed. This is a lotting plan of that with 2nd Avenue here on the left, and the edge of development here going into phase 2 east in the right. And with this is a lotting shows the 4 different products there from Sea House, Surf House, Boat House, and Beach House across the various colors. We also have 108 units of very low and low rental housing owned by Eden Housing, built by a company called South County Housing first, and then they were acquired by Eden Housing out of the Bay Area. They has 108 units of affordable housing, which is one of the affordable housing projects or commitments of the project, open in 2012. So that's currently what's been has been constructed and completed. What's coming, there's a variety of things in phase 2. So I want to break it down by phases on what's coming in the project, because there's a lot of very exciting things happening coming forward. One is the city park that's called Hilltop Park in the specific plan, that's currently in conceptual design and hopefully going now into actual improvement plans and design, and then actual construction of improvements. It obviously has had some grading and some other activity there. Phase 2 east, which is this area, my cursor of the yellow out here, of housing, that's 219 single family dwelling housing units across 3 different products. Then also there's 140 BMR apartment units. Those are technically in phase 3 area, but they're under development now and being developed as part of phase 2. And that's up here in this area up here is 92 units. And then down here is 40 plus units will shows broken up for the remainder of the units down here. There's a manager unit in each one, and then 140 units of affordable housing between the 2 of apartments that are in those 2 locations. There's also blight removal that will be happening here shortly by the city. This is a city-owned park. The Dunes project is required to put in more than $8 million into that park to be able to help improve it in a number of ways. And the city is anticipating, as we understand, is going through the bidding and studying process, and actually would start demo, I think, later in the spring, early summer on the 70 buildings that are in this park area. Also, as you may know, there's construction started on the 2nd hotel owned by Harvey Dodwall Group in the Home 2 Suites right behind the Spring Hill Suites, which I believe has recently this last year gone through its entitlements for that hotel. And they will be starting as well for 96 or 94 rooms. Phase 2 East, just a kind of a more definitive in here, is looking at the similar home projects or similar products of homes in this area that were Sea House, Surf House, and Beach House. Sea House being the duet, Surf House is alley loaded, and the Beach House is the long or standalone homes. And that's this kind of the makeup and the lotting plan wrapping around the park here as well. The model center is down here in this corner, and you may have driven by and see the models that are coming soon, opening later in March and April with the model center opening. This is a picture of the model center. Here's our current sales trailer. And in a moment, let me turn the sound off because it gets a little loud. I'll show the video of that. This is our current sales center. This is 8th Street over here in the AT&T parking lot of the university over here, and the Hilltop Park on Hill over here, and then other homes coming. So you've got a combination of Sea House duets, Surf House, and Beach House homes in the back. And I will play this cool drone video that we've taken recently, if it'll play. Okay, that's interesting. There we go. This was given as part of our divisional meeting recently, so hence the title there. But you can see the construction going on there. See Imjin Parkway here at the top on the right now, going across from east to west, just showing a little bit more of construction. There's actually more built today. This was taken about 2 weeks ago, I think. And so things are moving very quickly. in the phase 2 east, again, 219 units. So that kind of gives you a flavor of what that looks like. Let me go on to the next slide. Maybe I have to go through this. Hang on. Oh, my bad. Sorry. All right. So the next in phase 1 balance. So that was phase 1. Phase 1 or phase 2. Then other development. Then going for the future. So that was what's currently under construction. So now future development, which is coming soon, is the mixed-use promenade and the flex space office that'll be west of the theater. You can sort of see the theater in the opaqueness in the middle here. This area is remainder owned by Marina Community Partners, and we are currently working on plans for development of all of that. And I'll go into those specifics. The promenade development is 84 housing units spread out between the flats that you see is sort of this lighter brown, the live work units with commercial on the bottom, 2 floors of residential above on the top. These flats and the live work also have rooftop decks on them. You do have townhomes that are down on the bottom down here. And then you have commercial space, which consists of specialty grocer on the corner. And we're currently working through negotiations with now for lease. And then you also have the Brass Tap, which they have purchased this property. They are moving forward soon with their submittal of their actual construction documents and building permit plans for this. Brass, it's a tap room and restaurant and outdoor area. And then you've got commercial wrapping around the village square here in the promenade with what we hope are set down restaurants differentiating from the quick serve to the north, and then probably some general retail here in support probably of this specialty grocer. A lot of significant linear parks that go across and up to the village square, as well as running down along 10th Street. So a lot of excitement coming in the village. We have received the site plan and design review for this. We are moving forward now in the improvement planning process. It is our goal to actually start on site work on the horizontal backbone infrastructure in the June time period for the promenade here. We are currently marketing all of the various pads, and we are working on architecture for all the residential. And it would be our goal to build it all out at one time period, phased construction from one end to the other. Pending market condition. Little bit of just color here, if you will, relative to 10th Street Promenade, of a view down that linear park going from east down to west of the theater. Here's another rendering as well, or a 3D rendering based on that actual design. There will be a few elements. This is still from the site plan and design review proposal. So there might be a few tweaks here and there as we get into the actual design, development, and improvement plans, but essentially what you see here. And then there's also another video here that gives you a 3D version. Just a heads up that this road isn't going to be quite this wide. It's just sort of came out that way in the perspective going from the, kind of this 2D. Sometimes it widens this. It'll be a little tighter, a little bit more of a promenade going down. And as you can see, the 3 stories here with the live work on the bottom, you've got a commercial building here, commercial buildings around the village square. You've got flats that are on this side with a 3-story in the end, or 2-story in the decks up here. You've got a specialty grocer here, more flats here, live work coming down, and then the townhomes there. So this will give you a little bit of better perspective of how this will work. There we go. It takes a little while to kick in, I guess. So as you can see, we'll have paths and walkways on the right. And as you move down from 2nd Avenue coming down towards the theater, you'll see the string lights trying to come down here. We will likely also have an arch that goes over in about this location We're working on that concepts now. No, not all the cars will be white. There will be other colors. But as you go along here, you can see even the concept of having murals, the concepts of outdoor seating, having the village square be a very vibrant area. You can see the brass tap concept there, where you've got outdoor seating within the itself, and then a recreational area on the right. The recreational will not be a little golf putting range. That was an earlier concept. It'll be more of what's already included to the east here, which will be seating, games, and then there'll be a future expansion area out here. And again, this is a concept as we're going forward with essentially this design, but a few tweaks to it as was approved and conditioned in the SODRA approval for the promenade. So that gives you kind of an idea of what's to come. This architecture with the brick and the metal black and the black roofs, we're trying to pay homage, obviously, to the previous concepts that the base had and from Fort Ord, but also a new energy and excitement, create a strong design theme that flows through all the architecture. And as you can see, as it goes down to the roundabout at 2nd Avenue, and the multimodal corridor that comes down through, the VA is over here to your right. Then here is the townhomes, which are like the live work, except the bottom is residential, whereas on the live work, they actually have commercial at the bottom. So let me do that. So in addition to the promenade, which wraps around here, here's Highway 1 right here. There's also another 6.5 acres that go behind the theater that we've been working with over the years, and have some strong interest now in an office flex space type of use, incubation, condo, if you will, purchase of the office space. And we're working with a potential developer and owner of that space, and something that we hope to come forward this next year with to the staff and to the Planning Commission relative to an office type flex and condo type product in this whole 6.5 acres over a phased basis. Phase 2 then, so that was phase 1. We have 2 more phases to go, and phase 2 is starting with the 2 hotels on the hill. As you may know, that Mr. Dodwall and his development group were chosen by the city to purchase and buy the 2 and develop 2 hotels, complementary hotels on the hill that will be forthcoming in the near future. We also have the Dunes Park that the city is taking the lead on, as you know, with a multi-use park, a sports complex, aquatic center, pending funding on that. And with that whole design coming revised, and I believe coming forward more like this summer or fall, I believe. Then phase 2 west over here is phase 2 west, which is part of phase 2 of a project, but there's 68 units there that are becoming very soon as this is, or even as this builds out on phase 2 east, then the horizontal and site work and the underground work will be going over here in phase 2 west to be ready for production housing there. Phase 2 north in the future as well will be coming, lagged after that, and dependent a little bit on the development of the phase of the hotels hill up on the hill, with 29 single family units there. And then of course, which is also very important to note, is there's a number, the MCP, Marina Community Partners, is a master developer for this project, selling off the commercial for the most part and retaining the residential and selling those. You have a number of infrastructure that's really not required as part of the development project, but we are advancing on behalf of the city with fee credits, but we're willing and able to move forward with important public improvements to assist in the master development, so the whole community at once is built, as opposed to having pieces that weren't. So we're acting very much as a master developer in this area, and that extends particularly to 8th Street along here, which is built to here, but really needs to continue all the way down here to provide access to the park and to the campus and so forth. And then California Avenue as well, creating that strong connector there. So those projects, we're working with the city, again, with a fee agreement to start on those this next year. Phase 2 West, a little more detail. Here's a lotting plan for Phase 2 West. It does include the first portion of these large linear parks that run down the spine of this development, even adjacent to the city's large park, with a variety of products. Some of this product will be a little bit different than what's come before, learning from what we've done before and helping improving it and responding to the market. And so there's a few tweaks and changes that are coming relative to that product. Phase 3 then is 255 housing units down here in the blue. It's also an arts and cultural district owned by the city, actually. The city agreed to and requested to take over that portion of the development. And they have been studying moving forward with an arts district of some form in that area with those buildings that exist. We do have a business park on the bottom down here. And then also neighborhood retail in the corner out there on California and Imjin. And then it's kind of hard to see this little paren here, but we do have 139 barracks that cover this residential and this commercial area. There's probably another 10, I think, in the city park area. But it is our goal to start removal of those buildings this summer and complete removal of all of these barracks by the end of the year. Because we'd like to roll right in from Phase 2 East to West to Phase 3 as we go forward again with the market. We currently do not own Phase 3, the Marina Community Partners. We have the option, of course, to purchase, and it's our goal to purchase that property later this year. Phase 3 residential, here's the proposed lotting plan for that. And just to give you an idea of what those lots look like, there'll be 255 units of three different projects in this area here. And then here's the Phase 3 business park. This is the proposed tentative map or parcel map portion of the amended tentative map for this commercial portion with about 27 acres. If you include the county property in here, it's closer to 30 acres. But these are just some holding pattern, if you will, of lots for large uses in here, maybe as much as 300,000 to 400,000 square feet of use of office job generating commercial or office park use, business park use. We do have some users that are interested, and we are speaking with some users as right now. Traditionally, the office market in the Monterey Peninsula is very slow to develop. We hope to speed it up a little bit, and we'll see how that progresses over time. Not to get close to the conclusion here is that there's also a very significant amount of parks, transit, and trails throughout the dunes. There's actually 46 acres of parkland throughout the dunes, including the Hilltop Park of 8 acres, the city's future Dunes Park of 20 acres, the multimodal corridor that runs with the bus rapid transit system, the surf line from Monterey Salinas Transit from downtown Salinas, going through Marina, then to downtown Monterey. It runs right along Imjin, takes a left at 2nd Avenue, then and then a right at 9th Street on the corridor, and then it'll come down into MST's transit station down here, either down First or down maybe a dedicated road down this way. There's significant bike paths, as we know, on the regional trail that currently come under to the dunes. There'll be other bike paths in a number of areas. 9th Street includes a variety of multimodal corridor. And then, of course, the 4-tag trail will run along this side of 8th, dip down through the CSUMB property, across the park, and then connect with the multimodal on the other side on 9th Street. Another important feature, which was significant to the specific plan, starting in front of REI, and there's a boardwalk, beach boardwalk, and if you can see the stampcrete with it looks like planks in stampcrete that goes all the way down through the center, comes in front of the village square, in front of the theater, will run alongside the easterly side of the linear park in front of these live work and flats, and then in front of the townhomes, and then out across the bridge to the beach. So just a little heads up, there's a lot coming, and part of that, of course, will be to the Planning Commission. And the first of that is tonight, as you're seeing, or not the first, but the next portion is Master Plan Sign Program Amendment. Next, in phase 1, there will be a tentative map currently scheduled for April 14th for the Promenade tentative map, which conforms with the SADRA approvals that have been granted. The Promenade art and murals are tentative for May. We're currently working on an art program and a mural program with artworks and murals on buildings that we'd like to bring forward to help bring excitement and energy to the Promenade. We're also this next year, September, probably in the fall, looking at that phase 1B office flex space we talked about. That's west of the theater. Hopefully that concept will start to come forward. And then in phase 3, the tentative map tree removal permit coming in April 14th as well. Currently tentatively scheduled for that. And later probably in 2023, a time period, you'd see the site plan and architectural design review for potentially the first office use down in the phase 3 office at the bottom of the project. So I know that is a lot to digest, a lot going on. We have a lot of staff working on this, a lot of contractors, consultants, subs. It's a big project, a lot of activity and very exciting. So with that, open it up for questions. If the commission may have, and thank you again for the opportunity to present, Chair McCarthy and Guido for being able to do this tonight. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yonk, for the presentation and your willingness to be here and share all of that with us. Staff, so we don't, or Guido in particular, we don't usually have these informational items. Am I correct in assuming that because it's an agendized item, we should open it to the public and have discussion?
That's up to you, Chair McCarthy. It was informational. We do have 3 other items. So yeah, if you want to, people want to ask questions, that's fine. But obviously we do have other stuff. It was just me trying to respond to my interviews with the commission, that they wanted more frequent updates of kind of stuff going on in the city. And so, yeah. So.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's very quickly turn to the commission. If you have any very, very brief, urgent questions, please feel free to raise your hand and ask them. And then we'll go out to the public because I do feel like it's on the agenda. They have a right to speak if they'd like to. And then we'll move on. So any commissioners like to ask a question, please raise your hand. And if I don't see any, we'll go out to the public and come back once more. Okay, not seeing any, so let's go out to the public. And let's do 2-minute public comment on this item unless any commissioners object to that, just in the interest of time. All right. So I see Mr. Owen has his hand up, so we'll get you unmuted. And Mr. Owen, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Oh, we can't hear you, Mr. Owen. Can you hear us?
Chair McCarthy, if I can ask, can we have the PowerPoint removed so that we can see our screen?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Owen, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Just really quickly, Doug mentioned that there was a tree removal permit that was coming up on phase 3. And I think he said April, or I'm just wondering if he could give a little bit more information about what he mentioned as a tree removal permit for phase 3, probably along First Avenue, when he thinks that might be coming to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Owen. And we'll go to the rest of the public and then get to all the questions. Sherry, I see you have your hand up as well. We will get you unmuted here.
Yes, I just had a question with regard to all the developments being planned in the area that was just discussed. What projections for water usage have been made, and if Marina Coast Water can handle it?
Okay, is that the end of your public comments?
It was a question.
Okay, and we'll address all the questions at the end of public comment, but you still have you have another minute and a half if you have any other questions you'd like to throw out there.
Thank you. That's it.
All right, thank you so much again for joining us. Okay, not seeing any other hands, we will go ahead and close public comment, and we'll come back to Mr. Yount. Mr. Yount, would you like to address either of those? I heard a question on water usage and then a tree removal permit for phase 3.
Yes, thank you, Chair McCarthy. I'd be happy to address those. The first, relative to Mr. Owen's question on the tree removal permit, is our plan that on the April 14th to come forward in concert with the tentative map to illustrate tree removal permit. There's a variety of tree removal, particularly relating to demolition of the building on that project. So it would be relating to the development concepts that are there, and specifically relating to the building removal activity that has to happen, similar to what phase 2 north and the building removal activity there. So that's what's planned in that, and that'll all be defined in greater detail when that item comes forward. Relative to the water, this project is fully entitled, has a full water allocation that was given to it in 2005. And we've been monitoring it very closely, and we've been monitoring all the water usage and projected demand. And we do feel that it is able to live within its allocation. It is a tight allocation. That's on the demand side. It's a tight allocation, and we do feel we can meet that. We do have a lot of water conservation measures throughout all of the homes, throughout all of the commercial, but also in landscaping. It is all outdoor public landscaping, if you will, with the medians in the park areas and others to be watered with reclaimed water. It is plumbed for that, if you will, with purple pipes, and it is, we're waiting on that water to come from the water district. So that's one of the ways in which there's actually additional source of water, different source of water coming forward than the current potable allocation. On the supply side, we do work with the water district very closely, and they do feel comfortable, and we feel comfortable that there will be sufficient water supplies for full build out of this project through all phases as we go forward.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer, for both of those answers. Okay, with that, I'd like to go ahead and move on to our first public hearing of the night. And that is a public hearing of the Planning Commission to receive a presentation and provide a recommendation to the director on the changes to the Sea Haven tree and plant palette. Staff report, please.
Thank you. Can everyone see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, hold on.
And Nick, before you start,
Sure.
I would just like to take a quick second. I didn't do this earlier. Mr. Richard St. John is our newest commissioner. So since we're starting a public hearing and most of us have not met him, I would just like to introduce him and give him an opportunity. If you'd like to say a word or two, you're welcome to do that. Welcome, Commissioner St. John.
Yes, thank you very much, Brian. Just a few words about myself. My wife and I are retired to Sea Haven, a new home in Sea Haven, for about 1.5 years now. And I am very excited to be planning commissioner for Marina and look forward to a strong participation over the next 2 years. And since the next agenda item concerns the Marina, the Sea Haven trees plan, and I live in Sea Haven, and I'm also a member of the Homeowners Association. So maybe it would be best if I would abstain from voting on this item.
That makes sense. Yes. You and
yeah, I think that applies to me as well because I live in Sea Haven.
Yeah. So the protocol virtually, at least what I've done in other cities, is you shut off your video and you shut off your audio, and you can listen in, obviously, but you can't participate at all in the Sea Haven discussion. So that's the best way to do that. So, but yeah, definitely stay on for the other items. So.
Okay, thank you, Guido and Commissioner Amadeo.
Yeah, Guido, my understanding is that if either one of them wanted to comment on the presentation, they have to do it as a member of the public. Am I correct in that, or is that only with city council?
It's best if they don't participate at all.
Okay.
And if they just step down and, yeah, that's probably the better practice. So.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
I'll just add to that. I'm not giving any advice, but the advice I've always received is you are technically allowed to speak to your own interests. So I'm not even always sure what that means, but that's the advice I was given. Everybody's welcome to take that for what it is. If you have additional questions after today's meeting, please get with staff and they can put you in touch with the city attorney for further clarification.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you for your patience, Nick. And it's McIlroy, right?
McElroy.
McElroy, sorry. So I have a bad habit of using first names when I'm too scared to use the last name. So if you've noticed I've used your first name, it's probably because I'm scared to use your last name. So Mr. McElroy, please go ahead.
You can call me by my first name. All right, sharing my screen now. So I have a very brief presentation for this item. This was brought to us last year. Sea Haven has some established plantings where some trees have died and they want to replace some of the dead trees with trees that are more suitable, as well as they want to diversify their plant palette. So they've done some revisions to their master plant palette. Just a brief introduction for Sea Haven. This is the development. It started back in 2004, where they adopted multiple resolutions that created the community design guidelines, which is what holds that plant palette, that master plant palette within it. This is the existing plant palette. I'm just going to show you the trees. I think that's the most important part, since the trees is really where we have the most jurisdiction as a city, and also most interest from the public. They are revising the plant palette as well, and I believe that their landscape architect is on the call, so she can speak to that if anyone has questions about that. So these are the two pages with the different types of trees. The first, these are all the existing trees approved in the 2004 approvals. You can see there's indigenous trees, native trees, coastal trees, eucalyptus trees, and ornamental trees. So they're proposing to remove 4 of the existing trees. That includes the Monterey pine. This is just from what they are removing in terms of what they're going to plant in Sea Haven going forward. They find that it's very susceptible to disease, and there's a lot of different things that really kill them quickly. So they're difficult to establish. And of course, Patrick's on the call. I'm also going to turn it over to him. And actually, this is from Patrick, their arborist. So also they're going to remove the red flowering gum tree. These ones their roots are known to be invasive and damage infrastructure, and they're also susceptible to disease, as well as spotted gum, similar issues. And then also the silver dollar eucalyptus specifically can be invasive in certain areas, not all areas, but certain areas, and the roots are known to be invasive and can damage infrastructure as well. They're proposing to add the following trees. Just a quick note on this list: strawberry tree is already an existing tree. There was some conversation with a member of the public, and so I got a little confused. Please ignore that tree in my staff report. It's already part of the existing trees. Their landscape architect has acknowledged that it's a little bit used a lot in Marina, but it is a very successful tree, and is very well suited for the urban forest and for this particular community. And they will be mindful of where it's placed. So it won't be placed everywhere, but they still want to have it to continue to be part of their existing tree palette, so it's not really in the conversation at this point. But I brought it up because someone wanted it removed. Canary Island pine, Basically, all these trees here are resistant to these diseases, and they're good for the environment, good for the conditions. And some of these trees, such as like the Australian willow, is one that was added as well. It does really well in Monterey and Santa Cruz, and as it gets warmer and warmer in Marina, this tree will, I guess, will do better. As you guys well know, that we're going through climate change. So staff is requesting any input on these changes, whether it's the trees or the plants. We welcome all feedback. And then for the, hoping that the Planning Commission to consider the changes, provide those comments, and then for the director to issue a decision. So that concludes my presentation, short and sweet. And then I will turn it back to the chair. I don't know if you want to ask questions to staff or just go right to the applicant.
Thank you, Nick. I'll bring it back to the commission for questions specific to the staff report. Any questions? Please raise your hand. Commissioner Amadeo, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my major question is, certain trees do really well as street trees. Some will do really well in your front yard. Others do better in larger open spaces. And I'm wondering if we didn't see that in this presentation tonight or in the staff report, but in picking these trees, are they picking them for specific areas, not just, gee, it seems to do well in our environment? Obviously, the problem has been, as you see throughout Marina, there are places where the trees may thrive. Sometimes they thrive a little too well. Sometimes they do very well. They survive without any problem, but because of our heavy winds, they seem to grow on one side of the primary trunk and not much on the other side of the primary trunk, the west side. So that's my question is as part of this palette, are they looking at specific areas to plant these trees for the best result?
I can answer that quickly. So as part of the packet, I don't know if you can see my screen now, I'm sharing. This is Exhibit C. Part of Exhibit C, it shows, as you can see, it shows where each of these trees are best suited. So you can see that, strawberry trees, Monterey cypress, Canary Island pine, sycamore, all these trees are street tree majors. So those are in street areas of the street that are larger. You wouldn't want to put a Monterey cypress on a small street, but if there's like a median or something very large where it can accommodate that tree, and then there's minor street trees, smaller ones. So that they do break it down. I believe this is done by their landscape architect, and it breaks down where each of the different trees will do well. So there's also park trees. So they do specify where each of those trees are best suited. And then they also go through and they mention different areas where the plants are going to do best. So Northwest Muse, East-West Muse, transitional from open space to ornamental. So they list where all these different types of plants will do best as well. So that is yeah.
I had seen that, but the first thing that caught my eye was the cypress and just saying large street trees. When I think of street trees, I definitely do not think of Monterey cypress because of the damage they do to infrastructure. So that's as soon as I saw that, I stopped looking at the rest of the list because it really scared me.
It's a carryover from phase one. I don't know if you remember, but if you drive into phase one, there's a circle, a roundabout, and in the middle of the roundabout is a cypress, a Monterey cypress, and it's doing very well there, and it's pretty established and it looks pretty good. That's probably the only spot they're going to do Monterey cypress. So I don't believe they're going to put them anywhere else except for those sort of larger areas where the roots won't get to the damaged infrastructure.
Okay.
And if they're maintained, they can be a very beautiful tree. So I think they want to preserve those because if they want to add consistency throughout, you don't want it to look, phase 1 looks one way and phase 3 looks a different way. And so some
So
of these
that's
are,
why it's remained on the list then.
yeah,
Okay.
just for consistency, and to give them the option. So some of these are for consistency, and some of these are to grow their plant palette. So
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. Commissioner Walton?
Hi, thank you. That was a really good, brief, straight to the point presentation. My question is with respect to the trees. I think I heard you say that we're removing already dead trees, and I just wanted to make sure that I heard that correctly. The trees that you're looking at removing are already dead, or are they
Yes.
dying?
So there's
Yeah.
trees throughout. So when you plant street trees, over the years, they die naturally. Sometimes they don't always take to the site. And as part of the landscaping agreement, they have to replace those. I believe the HOA replaces them. And so when they die, because that type of tree might not be suited for that particular area, it's important for them to be able to change the tree out if they need to from the street tree minor or street tree major selection. And so that gives them the flexibility to plant a more appropriate tree that's better suited for that particular spot. And so this is just if the landscaping dies, it's their requirement to replace it. And so that's what I was saying, where there's been a couple trees, and we've gotten some calls from the community members asking when are they going to replace the trees. And before they replace the trees, they wanted to have this revisions done. And Guido and I thought it was best to bring this to you guys before we signed off on it. That way we could get your feedback in case you guys had any comments, and also open it up to the public in case they have comments as well. So.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner Walton. Not seeing any other hands. I have a quick question. We heard from the public earlier tonight that there was some desire to maybe have a certified arborist on city staff, or and I kind of talked about that our tree committee is currently not functioning. I guess my question is, was this done in collaboration with any entities, the Marina Tree and Garden Club or an arborist, or did we just or was it just the developer?
So yeah, this came about because the developer requested these changes to staff. We have we requested that the applicant submit these changes to Mike Owen, knowing that he'd be interested in it. The reason why my slides are a little messed up is because, and my staff report is a little messed up, is because he requested a few trees to be removed. Specifically, he doesn't find that it's appropriate to have, I believe it was sycamore, and I think he feels like, I think it's very true, as some people will just put strawberry trees everywhere. And so he was, I think, wary of that, which is rightfully so. I think some people just find one tree that works and does it for everywhere. And so I've heard from the applicant that they intend to be very thoughtful for the placement of trees. They also wanted to keep some of those larger trees because they think that they might do really well in phase 3 along that arroyo, because it has a lot of water there, and so it won't need to be watered as much. And so they could put a few of those in there just for consistency throughout the project, because there's a couple in phase 1 and 2. And so the trees that he wanted to remove, they wanted to keep just for consistency's sake. And then he proposed adding 1 or 2, and they accepted those. And so that's why there's a few additions on that. I believe the tree that he asked to be added was the Australian willow. And I think he also liked the Chinese elm being added as well. So we did get input from the public, from Michael Owen, at the request of staff. We did work with him, and I'm sure he'll speak at public comment. And then I'm sure that the applicant can kind of provide more detail if you guys have more questions about that too. So.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I plan to have quite a few comments about the strawberry tree myself. I wasn't aware of Mr. Owen's feelings, but I have some of my own that we'll share at the appropriate time. Any other commissioners have questions on the presentation? Commissioner Amadeo?
Yeah, I heard mentioned the sycamore, and recently was up in San Jose visiting my brother, and he mentioned sycamores as having very invasive root systems, and they're starting to pull them out up there. So my question was, like the cypress, is that going to be more in open spaces away from infrastructure, like along the arroyo rather than along the streets?
That's my understanding from talking to the applicant and talking to talking to the applicant, talking to Dan and Dana both. We had a few phone calls about this, and they assured me that that's exactly where they're proposing to put that.
Okay.
And yeah,
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Does the applicant have any particular presentation or anything they'd like to share before we go out to public comment?
They do. I see Dan Garson, who is the applicant. I just promoted him to a panelist. I believe he has a presentation, or at a minimum has something to say. I think he wanted to say some words as well. So,
okay, welcome, Mr. Garson. We've unmuted you. Please go ahead.
Great. Good evening. Let me just check and make sure you can hear me first.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Dan Garson on behalf of Joaquin Castanos. Thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you tonight on what is essentially an informational event. My understanding was this was not necessarily a voting thing, but we had been asked by Nick and Guido to make a presentation about requested updates to our plant palette. I'm joined tonight by Dana Gillespie, our new project manager for Sea Haven, Patrick Krabacher, our arborist from DDA, and Bianca Koenig with BEK Collective. Bianca is our landscape architect. So as Nick indicated, our original plant palette was approved in 2004, and we have probably for the last 2 years been seeking an opportunity to merely update this. And that's really what this boils down to tonight. We've identified certain trees that are just not appropriate, and so we're recommending that we take them off the list. And we have found over time that certain trees that were not being used, installed on property and would make good trees for us, we're seeking to have them added to our palette. With the passage of time, we find that certain plant materials no longer appropriate, and that's really what this is all about. There were some questions asked earlier by commissioners, and I thought I would just kind of take an opportunity to kind of hit those and see if we can answer your questions. So Commissioner Amadeus was inquiring about specificity, if I get that word right, about trees. For example, arbutus would not be in the arroyo. It just wouldn't be appropriate there. And certain other trees, like for example, there was a question about the Monterey cypress. Well, you wouldn't necessarily call it a street tree, but in our roundabouts, if you travel through the property, you'll see at most of our roundabouts, there's a large Monterey cypress in the center of the roundabout. So it is appropriate in that situation there. And then there was one more question. Oh, I know, it was, did we have an arborist involved? Yes, Patrick Krabacher, our arborist from DDA, and Bianca were both participants in the selection of trees to be removed and added to the list. And there was another question from Commissioner Amadeus, or no, I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was the other lady, I apologize. The other commissioner who was asking, I think was asking about whether trees were being removed from the property or removed from the list. The answer is sort of both. We've identified certain trees that just should not be planted. So we're recommending that we remove them from the plant palette that we use out there. And then the other part of that is some of those trees that are, we believe, inappropriate, that have died, we're seeking to replace, and then we would replace them sort of post review of the plant palette here. With that ends my comments. We did not plan on doing a presentation other than being available. And as I indicated, both Bianca and Patrick are available, our experts, to answer any specific questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garson. And I've promoted the other individuals you mentioned up to panelists. If you don't mind just standing by, what we'll do is we'll go to public comment, and if there's additional questions, we may want to bring you back into the fold, if that's okay.
Our pleasure.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, let's go ahead and go out to public comment and then bring it back for discussion. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, you'll have up to 4 minutes. Please raise your hand and you will be recognized. I see Mr. Owen has his hand up, so we'll get him unmuted. Welcome, Mr. Owen. You have up to 4 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Just checking, you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, fine. I just wanted to say how much I appreciated the Seahaven arborist reaching out to me for reviewing the tree palette list. And as I tried to make clear in an email right after the staff report came out, I just forwarded that list to other more knowledgeable members in our community. One would be Julie Hoffman, who's the president of the Tree and Garden Club. Another one would be Grace Silva Santella, who's a retired landscape professional. And also, to Greg Simmons. And they are the ones that really provide, they know what they're talking about as far as the specifics. And they went through the list, and I refined it, or I totaled up their responses and sent it back to Patrick, the Seahaven arborist, who has expressed a lot of gratitude for receiving that local input. So I just wanted to make that clear. It wasn't me. It was really the people that know what they're talking about as far as trees and the plants, members of the Tree and Garden Club. I did make a couple of recommendations, and the one that I feel really the most strongly about is that before Fort Ord closed in 1990, 1994, the tree committee, I was part of the tree committee, but I was still an Army civilian at Fort Ord. So I had connections with the other civil servants at Fort Ord at the time. And one of them was the project manager for all the landscaping of the Army family housing units. And I was asking him for advice, like from his experience, et cetera. So one of the things he passed on to me was that when they first built the family housing units, the officer brass really insisted on having Italian cypress because it was sort of a classy, classical along the Appian Way in Italy type of statuesque tree. So those were all planted, and they all failed because of the windy conditions. So like the thing I really value is institutional knowledge. So this is like from the best source possible, from Fort Ord. And I would hate for that valuable institutional knowledge to just go down the drain. So that's the one strong recommendation I want to make. Exclude the Italian cypress from that list. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Okay, let's see if we have any other members of the public that would like to speak. I'm not seeing any hands. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. I do see 2 hands, actually. Grace Silva Santella and Julie Hoffman. We'll go with Grace first. Stand by just for a moment, Grace, and we'll get you promoted. All right, Grace, you are unmuted. You have up to 4 minutes. Please go ahead.
You can hear me okay, Planning Commission?
Yes.
First, I want to thank Mike Owens for having reached out to myself. And I also would make sure that you do understand this is a public hearing item, and this is not just an information item. And you are being asked to make a recommendation to your director, despite what the applicant has said to you. So I will share with you my 40 years of experience as a professional landscaper. I find there's a lot of confusion when we refer to common names, and I think that's the case with the strawberry tree. in your packet, there is Arbutus unnato, which truly is a strawberry tree. And I would strongly urge that Arbutus unnato never be planted because it produces a large amount of fruit and can be really messy on sidewalks, and little children will just wreak havoc with the fruit. Arbutus marina is a very popular landscape tree, but many of us are learning that the Arbutus marina is proving to be susceptible to either a virus or a fungus pathogen. It hasn't been determined yet. And there is a good amount of die out starting to happen with that landscape tree, and it may be wise that that not be a dominant tree in any new landscape area. I've got one, fortunately, in my landscape in my own garden that's thriving, but I've also lost about 3 in my garden. I would strongly recommend removing the ulmus, the Chinese elm tree. It is a very brittle tree, suffers a lot of branch breakage. We all have a friend here in Marina who lives on Rheindollar and Sunrise, and she suffered, her Chinese elm is constantly breaking branches. And I would say, and this is after we had recommended to Mike that the Chinese, the California pepper tree, be removed, I would say put it back in. I've since seen 2 beautiful specimens here in Marina, and it would be a good tree for the Sea Haven landscape to have as part of their landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us tonight, Grace. All right, next up we have Julie Hoffman. We will get you unmuted here.
Thank you, Brian. This is Julie Hoffman, and I'm really happy to see that there is some response to changing the palette, and I completely support updating it to reference more hardy trees for our windy and sandy and low water environment. I did see you have redwood tree still on there, the sequoia. I hope that was just a forgotten particle there. I do agree about the Arbutus marina. I have seen trees failing over in the dunes development, and I don't know if it's a watering issue or if perhaps we have that virus down in this area. That is still to be determined, but it should be noted that there are problems up in the North Bay, and could very quickly become a problem down here too. So I would say that it would be a cautionary to not rely heavily on that tree. I would agree with the ulmus being perhaps not the best choice as well for some of the things that Grace mentioned. But overall, the tree palette list looks really good, and I look forward to seeing some of those dead and dying trees replaced and seeing a little bit more treescape going on over there in that development. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie, for your comments, and thanks for being here tonight. All right, I don't see any other hands, but let me double check. Not seeing any other hands up in the public, so we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the commission for discussion. I'm not going to address individual questions just because I think there were a lot about additions and subtractions. I'm hoping that all commissioners had kind of kept track of some of those. I wrote a few down, but let's start with discussion, and then as we form a motion, we can go back to some of those ideas. Commissioner Amadeo, please go ahead.
Yeah, and my comments actually have to do with the kind of motion we should be making. And it's my understanding from what I read is this isn't about a permit or anything like that. It's not that kind of a hearing, but it does seek direction for how we want to go forward. And so my question is, when we do come to the point of making a motion, Do we suggest eliminating some trees? Conversation with a couple of our speakers tonight, final conversation between the Sea Haven folks and those people to further refine the list. There weren't a lot of comments, but I would hate to see an investment in a tree that isn't going to be successful. And there were comments tonight about trees that may not be successful, and you end up going through this again. So that's my question: is that the kind of motion we'll be looking for tonight?
Yeah, the item was noticed as an informational item.
Right.
To give me input as the community development director. And yes, I obviously want to hear from the public and the commission, but obviously have to do it in accordance with best management practices related to arborist. And so, yeah.
All right. Was that the extent of your comments for now, Commissioner?
Yeah, until I make a motion, yes.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands, so I'm going to go into a couple of my own comments. So I actually find this to be one of the more difficult things that this commission does, and that is tree-related items. And perhaps it's just me because of my own lack of experience. You know, I'm trying very hard to become as smart as I can on these issues. But you know, it's a science. It's an art, and I'm very appreciative of the folks that dedicate so much of their time into understanding these issues. I said that I wanted to talk about the strawberry tree, and Grace, forgive me for using the common name. I love the strawberry tree. I actually eat the fruit all the time. I've actually tried making jam from it just because it's novel and I think it's fun. And I think it's a beautiful tree. Having said that, we have 8 in our neighborhood. 5 have died. And they've died, you know, within 10 years of being planted. I believe that it's probably this virus that was mentioned by the public. The symptoms are kind of the bark turning an ashen gray on half of it, kind of a telltale crack going up the trunk.
Hey, Ray?
And then, oops, let's mute Grace here. Sorry about that. Okay, Grace is muted. So yes, there are issues there, right? We saw that with Myoporum. We thought that was a great tree to bring into the city of Marina, and you know, all throughout California, it became susceptible to thrips, which killed a majority of the Myoporum in the city. So my perspective is, 1, let's try to understand the diseases that are affecting some of these trees. But 2, diversity, 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 right? The more diversity we have, if one species is affected by a new or emerging threat, you know, at least we've got a diverse plant palette that can hopefully make up for that. I think that's the extent of my comments for now. I did write down some of the suggestions that were made by the public. So I'd like to discuss those before we make a motion, but let's go back to the commission and see if there's any hands up. I'm not seeing any. Commissioner Amadeo, you have your hand up. Would you like?
Yeah. You're talking about discussion on the various trees that were discussed by the attendees tonight. Is that what you're asking for? Yeah, like you, I happen to have a strawberry tree in my backyard, and I absolutely love it. It has struggled, but it seems to be doing fine. It doesn't seem to be infected with anything. We started it as a very young, I think it was maybe 1 inch diameter at breast height. So I couldn't have called it a tree when it was planted, in other words. But it does concern me that trees are being considered that have not done well here. And they have done well at one point or another, but they're not doing well now. But the thing that I would like to see, if we're not going to use those trees that we for diversity, that if you take a tree out, another tree goes into the plant palette so that you maintain that diversity. You don't end up over time, you're removing all of these trees because you discover problems, but you're not replacing with something else that might do better. So that would be my only comment on that, is that through the direction of some of our speakers tonight, because they're very knowledgeable, working with Sea Haven's arborist, that they come up with some other varieties that could be used in place of the ones they're suggesting to take out. And if you'll excuse me, my battery's about ready to die on my computer. I need to plug it in.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. So I just kind of want to second Commissioner Amadeo's comments in terms of ensuring that we have a broad diversity of trees. I'm personally reluctant to recommend that the community development director absolutely bar any tree from being used, and likewise, require particular trees to be used in a certain area. But I also have great respect for the people that spoke earlier and want those comments to somehow be reflected in whatever motion we make tonight. So it sounds like staff is in touch with Julie Hoffman of the Marina Tree and Garden Club, or representatives from that entity. Is that fair to say, or?
Yeah, staff can reach out to Julie Hoffman after this meeting. Yeah.
And again, not to suggest that that's the entity that kind of decides what goes and what stays, but I think there's a lot of value there, and I think what staff is asking us to do is to make some recommendations, and the reality is those are the folks that are probably best suited to make those recommendations. I don't feel like I'm best suited. I'll do my best if that's what's being asked of me to do. But I would certainly like to see whatever motion we make tonight includes a reach out to arborists, Marina Tree and Garden Club, and stakeholders that seem to have a better handle on some of these issues than certainly I feel I do. Commissioner Amadeo, do you have a?
I'm sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
All right, well, I think we're ready to make a motion. I'm not seeing any other hands. I suspect that nobody knows exactly how to best do this, but I'll take a stab at it. I'd like to make a motion. Give me just a second, I bring up my agenda here. All right, I'd like to make a motion that we opened a public hearing and took testimony from the public, received information about a recommended tree and plant palette update for the Sea Haven and Marina Heights community, and that we provide direction, or we ask the community development director to incorporate the comments from the Marina Tree and Garden Club, from Julie Hoffman and Mike Owen today, and work with the developer to make the appropriate changes to the tree and plant palette for Sea Haven. Let's see if we get a second, and then we'll ask staff if that sounds like an appropriate motion to have.
I will make a second, but I would like to ask for a friendly amendment, and that would be to include Grace Silva Santella in any discussions regarding the trees. She had named several, and she would probably also have experience in this area in adding anything to the list. And again, this isn't about them doing the work. This is about them providing information to Sea Haven and the arborists and our staff, and not saying they must, but providing more information on their tree palette.
Absolutely. I think that's an excellent amendment, and I appreciate that input. So discussion on the motion. I just want to take the opportunity, and I know I have to be careful of how many times I say this before I get kicked out of the city, but I'd really love to see a tree committee handling some of these issues. I think they're complex. I think it's evidenced by maybe some of the lack of questions from commissioners of how difficult it is to understand these issues. This is hard for me. Of all we do, I actually think this is difficult. So I just want to make that kind of comment, but I do support the motion and would certainly vote for it. Any other comments on the motion? Yes,
Not so much on the motion, but the way it's been presented in Guido's notes. Grace's name is Silva, Silva Santella.
ELLA, I believe, right?
Yeah, ELL, Tella. Thank you.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you, Guido, for taking that down. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands, so let's take a vote on the motion then. Roll call, please.
All right, can everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Chair McCarthy?
Yes.
Commissioner Amadeo?
Yes.
Commissioner Herr?
Had to recuse yourself.
Do I
Oh,
have
that's
a
right.
say? Because I'm
No,
myself.
no, you're not supposed to participate in the motion at all.
My apologies.
No, it's okay.
Commissioner Rana?
Yes.
Commissioner Walton?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodson?
Yes.
And Commissioner St. John has recused himself as well, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Great. That motion passes with Commissioner Herr and Commissioner St. John recusing themselves. Excellent. Let's move on then to our next public hearing of the night. And that is item 7B. And that is the City Park and Cypress Knolls tree removal permit. A public hearing to take testimony and consider adopting a resolution recommending that the Community Development Director approve the removal of 34 trees at the proposed City Park at Dunes location and 5 trees at the Cypress Knolls location in order to remove blighted buildings. Staff report, please.
Thank you. So here is my presentation.
And then Nick, before you start, we just want to invite back into the meeting Commissioner Herr and Commissioner St. John. We just want to make sure that they're back in.
Oh, thank you. Absolutely.
Commissioner-
Yes, we've returned.
All right, Commissioner Herr, are you there as well?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so go ahead, Nick. Go ahead, Nick. So.
Thank you, Guido. I appreciate that. So this is a presentation on the tree removal permit for 2 different sites. They're both city-owned sites. The first site is a future city park site as part of the Dunes development. This is going to be done by the city of Marina through our Public Works Division. And this is the first part of this project is removing the blighted buildings. As you can see in this site, there's many blighted buildings, and this tree removal permit is specifically to remove the trees that are in the way of removing the buildings and that are not doing very well for the site. So we tried very hard to only remove trees that are either acacias or not doing very well for the site. The second site is Cypress Knolls. We're removing many of these buildings in this reds area. This is a little bit smaller. There's gonna be less trees removed here. As you can see, it's less trees overall in this area. So a little background. February 17, 2021, City Council approved a resolution basically authorizing this blight removal project. And fast forward a year from after that, we received an Arborist report by LV and her team. It was prepared by Patrick, who is also who's on this call as well. And he also prepared a compliance memorandum for the City of Marina blight removal project. And that's basically because of Cypress Knolls, there was an environmental impact report done. And there's some issues there with sensitive species and stuff. we thought it was best to get that done. That's going to probably come up more when it actually gets to the blight removal, but I also added all of the different conditions to my staff report for this as well, just so that they're doubled down. So just want to mention that I went to the site many times, specifically the Dunes site. I wanted to get familiar with the site since this is a City of Marina project. I thought it was a good use of my time to go to the site. So I first visited the site with Elvie, and then later visited it with Patrick, the arborist, and then later with Mike Owen. As you can see, he is here standing next to tree number 1308. These two trees, he wanted to mention, these two trees are very important to people in the community. Tree 1308 and tree 1284, they're both part of the saved trees. These are both going to be saved. These are large cypresses, and some community members really are attached to them. So I just wanted to mention these are two to be saved for this project. And here we get to the actual tree removal permit. There was a little bit of confusion. 1303, I don't know if you can see my cursor or not, but on the bottom of the screen, it's in red. It was missing a tag, so that I listed in red. Basically, there's 68 trees proposed for removal. Sorry, that's a typo. 34 trees for removal, 68 for replanting. Excuse my typo in this presentation. 17 of them are acacia. They're in fair health. They're very bush-like. They're sort of all over this area. They're removing the acacia so that they can get to the blighted buildings. 10 are Monterey pines in poor health. When visiting the site with Patrick, you could see that they are starting to put out pine cones in a huge amount because they're in their last ditch effort to try to spread seeds because they know they're going to fail. There are some trees that only had a very small amount of green at the very, very tip of the tree. I was surprised he considered them to be in poor health. They look pretty dead to me, but I understand now that if there's any kind of green, they're still considered to be alive. We're also having to remove 4 Monterey cypress that are in poor health, 1 eucalyptus in poor health, 1 bishop pine in fair health, and 1 Australian cheesewood in fair health. This is the city park. Then for the cypress knolls, 4 acacia trees are going to be removed and 1 Australian tea tree. As you can see, I circled them on this map. It's important to note where those locations are, because this is another map which shows where the Sanguilia is. As you can see, the Sanguilia is not close to the tree removals. So staff is of the belief that the tree removal portion of this project should not impact the Sanguilia. That being said, we still added the Monterey Gilia mitigation to our conditions of approval. So the contractor that is hired to remove these blighted buildings and remove the trees will need to follow all of these different requirements. There are other mitigation measures related to this EIR I also included. So this is A5, also included A4, I also did A5 and A6. Those are in the resolution. I'm not going to go through them now because they're very detailed. But if you have questions, I can go through them later. The replacement plan is 2 to 1. So right now we're in the process of getting bids for the blight removal. Once the blight removal is done, we will go through the process to make sure we have enough financing as a city to go through the landscaping portion of this. And the conceptual landscaping hasn't been finalized yet, so they're still going to have to come up with that landscape plan for the park. Once that's prepared, the 68 replacement trees will be part of that requirement to be required to be planted into the park. And then for the cypress knolls, similarly, once we get a development agreement for anyone who's going to develop the cypress knoll site, at that time, they will be required to plant 10 trees as part of their development agreement. So that'll be later down the road. So staff found that the removal of dead and poor trees in poor condition showing severe signs of decay, disease, insect infestation, detailed in the arborist report. Really, after visiting the site, reading the arborist report, most of the trees that are, slated to be removed are not in very good shape, and there's no mitigation measures really to avoid removing them so that the contractors can demolish and remove the buildings. Where is possible, anywhere possible where there's established trees that are native in fair health or good health, they will be limbed or trimmed prior to demolition so that they can be retained. There was a lot of trees that were close to blighted buildings that are native and in good health, and the arborist has recommended that those be limbed or trimmed, and he will be on site to oversee that process to make sure that they will be hopefully saved as best possible and not have to be removed. And so that's why there's actually, out of the 100 or so trees at this site, only 34 have to be removed. So as part of the conditions of approval, I mentioned the mitigation measures. I won't go back through those, but these are standard conditions of approval for any tree removal permit. And I would like to note that I've added some additional conditions that are unusual here. For instance, let's see, these are all standard. Tree protection plan, trees shall be preserved. So let's see. And on number C, I've added orange mesh fencing. So I put that as just a standard requirement now, where all the trees that are going to be sort of saved will be covered with orange fencing. That way that it's clear to the person removing the trees that they are saved, trees to be saved, as well as added, in speaking with Elvie, she informed me that the arborist will be on site during the fencing of the trees to be saved in orange fencing. And so I put this as just as a condition to let the planning commissioners know that Patrick will be there on site when they go forward with this process. I've also updated our, after reading the arborist report, I noted that instead of our standard breeding and nesting season, he proposed a different one with a longer time period for this requirement. So I've included that in this conditions of approval at his recommendation, which is approximately February 1st through September 15th. In previous staff reports, I put March 1st through I think end of August. So a little deviation. It sounds like the nesting season is a little bit on the edges of that. I think he wanted to add those 15 days or so on either side just to give them a little bit more buffer to make sure there's no impact to the nesting birds. So staff's recommendation based on all the findings and the added conditions of approval are to move to adopt a resolution to recommend the development director, approve the tree removal of 34 trees at the proposed city park at the Dunes location and the 5 trees at the Cypress Mills locations for blight removal. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Nick, for that presentation. Commissioners, any specific questions on the presentation for staff? Commissioner Amadeo?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a couple of questions. The first one that I noticed when I was reading the staff report is that the Cypress Knolls, you said, was zoned multifamily. And I went to the general plan. I've been on the Planning Commission in the past when Cypress Knolls came through for development. And I was also on City Council, and it was always single family home. There was no multifamily. And even if you looked at it as the way it had been developed by the Army, that I believe would have been an R2 because it was all duplexes. But in looking at the general plan figure 2.2, it shows it as single family development. So just that comment that should be corrected. The other question that I have, because the Cypress Knoll site is much bigger than the area that is squared on your diagram of where the trees are going to be removed. So I think I'm understanding correctly, but I need you to correct me if I'm wrong, that was the only area within the full Cypress Knolls area where the trees were an issue in doing blight removal, and that all of the other areas, the blight removal can be done without harm to the trees. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's correct. So the only trees to be removed, and it's very minimal trees to be removed in the
Right.
Cypress Knolls, that's correct. And pardon my error on the zoning designation for City Park. I will
Yeah.
correct that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Madhu. I have a question about the San Gilia. So the staff report mentions that Gilia was surveyed between 2006 and 2021. What does that really look like? Did somebody go out in 2021 and survey each area in Cypress Knolls where a tree might be removed and look for San Gilia, or are we relying on 2006 surveys?
So there are survey areas where there's known Sangilia, and that's where there's 5 individual Sangilia or more. And so in that survey, they have survey areas where starting in 2006, they found Sangilia in these survey areas with a buffer area around them. They've continued to monitor them annually. I believe it's annually per the EIR mitigation measures. It's built into the EIR for Cypress Knolls. I know that Guido has read this more recently than I have, so maybe he can shine more light on this. But
Yeah, we asked them specifically to evaluate that site. We are doing an incidental take permit citywide, and I believe Denise Duffy's on the phone. Is that correct, Nick?
That's correct. That's correct. Patrick is with Denise Duffy. He's the one that did he didn't do the surveying, but he wrote I don't believe he did the surveying, but he did write the report, the mitigation report for this staff report and for the blight removal. So if you want him, he can speak to that as well.
Okay, yeah, I think we've got him unmuted.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so Denise Duffy's been out there surveying annually since '06, as well as I'm not 100% on this, but I know Fred Watson does work out there too with permission, because there's obviously a fence. I'm not 100% on that, but he usually checks out all the local populations for Monterey Gilia. I've been personally surveying these since 2016, and this is all in the works to get that incidental take permit, which Aaron Harwain from our office and Guido are working on. So yeah, the mapping of the Gilia had no roles related to tree removal. It's just a federally listed plant in the area, so we couldn't dismiss it when doing this tree removal and blight removal.
So I guess what I'm asking is, are we relatively confident that, like, right, since 2006, it's entirely theoretically possible that a community of Sangilia drifted and is growing right underneath one of these trees? But I think what I heard you say is that because there's been annual inspections or annual, I don't remember what the word was used, that we're relatively sure that that's not the case, right?
Yeah. So the other condition that, or mitigation measure that we're proposing, is just to flag off all Monterey chaparral or maritime chaparral habitat where it grows, just to play the safe side of things.
Okay. I think that answers my question. I appreciate your input. Any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Walton.
Hi there. I wanted to know, again, thank you for the presentation. I think I'm a little bit like Brian, learning more about trees as we go along, and definitely see where we could benefit from the tree and garden gurus to be a part of this process a little more. My question is, how old are the healthy trees that are going to be removed? I'm not quite sure. I think you need a whole forest of older trees that really capture and store all of the carbon that we've got running around. But on Green Party, climate crisis is always on my mind. So if you could just, I don't know, if you know what the age of those trees are, and if they're elderly trees, is it possible to leave them where they are? Do they need to be removed? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Walton. I'm not sure I fully understood the question. Staff, would you like to have that rephrased, or did you kind of understand what was being asked?
I could take a stab at it, and then if I don't answer it correctly, or if you need more information, please feel free to clarify. So I'm just going to share my screen again. Okay. So there is a tree removed. All the trees photographed are the trees that are going to be removed. So these are all the trees that, so if you look in your packet, there's photos of each tree that's going to be removed, and you can kind of tell how old they are. It's hard to tell from these photos necessarily the condition they're in. But a lot of I would say all of the acacia, if you can see this photo number 3, tree 1292, all the acacia kind of look like this sort of really young bush-like tree. Doesn't look super like a tree. The more full-grown older trees, so a lot of the Monterey, what are they called? My staff report. Pardon the scrolling. Or I'll just go back to my presentation. That's easier. So all of the trees, all of the Monterey pine are in poor condition. They're not in good condition, meaning that they're not doing well. Some of these trees, if you did this tree survey in a month or two from now, some of these trees would actually probably be fully dead. So the trees that are fully grown and in sort of a fully grown status, they look pretty bad. The only trees that are in fair health, like the bishop pine and the Australian cheesewood, are the only 2 that are in fair health. And those aren't native trees. And also, Patrick might have more insight into this as well, but I hope that answers your question. That 17 acacia in fair health are pretty young, small trees, if that helps. So
That does help. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Hurd.
Well, I would like to ask about the replacement of these trees that will be removed, because the current ratio is 2:1. But it's not only in this meeting, but in previous meetings as well. Many Marina residents have showed concerns about removing mature trees. And even today, I think one of the attendees mentioned that, from saplings, it takes time. And there's no guarantee that the saplings would grow into mature trees. So I heard that in the past, in terms of replacement of the trees, 3:1 ratio was possible. So is there a possibility that, instead of 2:1, 3:1 replacement ratio can be made?
So I'll just mention that this is going to be a city park, and there's going to be many, many trees here beyond just the 68 trees. Per the zoning ordinance, the only requirement for applicants is 2:1. And technically this site, there's sort of like this conversation between whether this would go by the Dune specific plan tree removal process or the city's tree removal process. We ended up going with the city's tree removal zoning ordinance rather than the dunes. That was sort of a decision made by Guido and myself. And that allows us to replace all 34 trees, even though they're in poor condition and they're not native. So the way we're looking at this site is through the city's standpoint, through the city's eyes. We're treating it like a city tree removal permit to get up to that 60 8 trees. You know, I hadn't thought of doing 3 to 1 just because this will be a city park. I mean, I don't have a problem with doing it with Cypress Knolls. You know, at this point, it's an added cost to the city. You know, potentially and down the road. That being said, I don't know. I haven't talked to Brian McMinn about sort of what the anticipated number of trees are going to be. Brian's comfortable with the 34 trees. You can replace it at 2 to 1, but I would have to go back to talk to Brian about that, honestly. So, or maybe LV could speak to it. I know she's here. So.
Well, and maybe before we go to LV, I think, you know, some of the commissioners haven't seen the concept design for the city park. So I can understand why that might be confusing. So do you have any background you can provide about what that park generally is going to look like? Is it going to be ball fields? Is it going to be, you know, generally big, wide open turf? Or,
you know,
that's best to leave those to LV.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know myself. And when I talked to Brian, he said that we're still at the conceptual phase. I asked him if he wanted to share like a conceptual diagram, and he said not at this time. So for now, it sounds like they haven't really proposed a solid conceptual phase yet for this park. So I don't have much to share. LV, like Guido said, LV might have more than I do, but I don't have anything on that. Sorry.
Right. Yeah, let's go to LV, and I'll just say before we do, I and probably some of the other longer timers, Commissioner Amadeo, have certainly seen a lot of concepts. So it sounds like all of those are up in the air. But if LV is available and willing to speak, let's make her unmuted. There we go. LV, thanks for joining us.
Hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. LV, please go ahead.
Hello. I don't know if I could add more, as Nick said. The concept, all the plans that I've seen are conceptual. I've seen that they're like, you know, kind of like tennis court and all the stuff. So that's why, you know, Brian is, you know, not sharing probably because it might change. I don't know, I can add more, but the 2 to 1 though, however, is there's a lot of trees already on the perimeter of the park. And if we're gonna put in like more trees on that area, that would be difficult to put all those trees on that one area, unless the city will come up with an area where we could do the mitigation or the replacement.
Thank you. One more question from me for whoever wants to take it. Is it fair to assume that when those plans get out of the conceptual phase, it's extremely likely that staff will be coming back to us and asking us to remove additional trees to facilitate whatever that plan is? So in other words, this isn't the end of tree removals for this site. Is that fair to say?
That's my understanding of it, but I don't, you know.
Well,
It's basically all I know is that currently in front of you is tree removals for the blight removal. So it's been limited to trees that are necessary to remove so that contractor can come in and remove the blighted buildings and mitigate the soil. So the soil has like toxic stuff in it. So they have to remove a certain number of, that's certain percentage of the soil. I think it's 4 inches. So that's why they're removing the trees they're removing. When the conceptual landscaping plan gets done, we'll know more at that time if there's going to be more to be removed. So I can't speak to whether they're going to remove more trees or less trees, because like we've said, we don't know exactly how it's going to look, where there's going to be the entrance, where there's going to be, you know, if there's going to be ball fields or tennis courts or basketball courts or whatever is going to be put in, or if it's just going to be open space with benches. I'm not quite sure the ultimate design. So I can't say, and if there are going to be more trees to be removed, you would be back here again with us doing another tree removal permit at that time. So
okay.
So if that does happen, we will come back to you for your input for a resolution.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Amadeo, and then let's go out to the public. Commissioner Amadeo.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have a question about, there's no, it's in the staff report at this time, all there is number of trees that will be taken out and therefore replaced at a 2-to-1 ratio. But it doesn't speak to anything about whether they will be replaced with like-kind trees or if they will be replaced with a variety of trees. And so I'm assuming that that's because that decision has not been made, although I think cypress tree or any native tree has to be replaced at that 2-to-1 ratio with a like tree. It doesn't have to be in the same place, obviously, but like trees, and that non-native trees can be replaced by any type of tree. Am I correct in that assumption?
I'm not, in the zoning ordinance, it doesn't specify the types of trees required to be replanted or replaced. And so,
Yeah, but I mean, the genesis of the question is, you know, are we going to replace of similar species?
Like trees, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's really the goal of the ordinance, is to have a comparable, equivalent value in size. That's what.
Right, because I'm thinking, you know, you take down a cypress tree, and these trees were planted after 1941. That was all grassland and sand dunes prior to 41 when the buildings were built. So everything that's growing out there now was planted after that. Just historical information. And Marina was the same way. This was all grazing land. But the idea that you could take out a cypress tree and then plant a strawberry tree in its place, I would hate to see something like that happen, especially when we finally would have a place to plant beautiful large trees in an open area where we don't have to worry about infrastructure and roads and that kind of thing. So I would hope that that would at least be a consideration when those 68 trees are picked to be planted, that if it's not like to like, that it is at least something that will mature to a size comparable to what was taken out.
Right, and you can add to your motion that
Okay.
comparable size.
Because I didn't see that in there, so
Yeah,
that was my concern. Okay.
You can certainly add that to the motion, to be of comparable size and species.
Right. Okay. And I just wanted to answer that question about age of trees. Obviously, there's younger trees because more trees have come up naturally over time as trees go to seed, and you get new trees coming up. But originally in 1940, when they decided to build the buildings there, prior to that, it was all tents. There were no trees, and the trees were actually planted in order to create an atmosphere for our soldiers that felt more welcoming and like home, rather than being in a sand wasteland. There were no trees. I actually have a photograph taken from Fort Ord to Marina, and only that little tiny spot where the card room is on the corner of Carmel and Del Monte, that's the only place where there were trees because people planted trees. That was what was developed in Marina at that time. Everything else was grassland. So the trees on this part of the bay are, I'm going to call them young for lack of a better word. They're younger than the surrounding areas. They're not hundreds and hundreds of years old. They're less than 100 years old. So
Thank you.
Historical information.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much for that.
And I know I said we'd go out to the public, but I see the new Commissioner St. John with his hand up. So let's go to Commissioner St. John, and then we'll go to the public.
Yes, I want to make sure that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot by requiring replacement in the 2-to-1 like tree, especially with respect to the majority are these scrubby acacia trees. And do we really want to plant back double those trees instead of some other more stately opportunity?
yeah,
Great.
staff would, yeah. I understand. Yeah, staff would not recommend replanting with acacia. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Good questions, Commission. Let's go ahead and go out to the public, and then we'll come back for additional discussion. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. See 3 hands up already. We'll start with Mr. Mike Owen. Mr. Owen, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Just a couple of things. According to Howard Gustafson, who tracks all this stuff, basically the Army was preoccupied with winning World War II and the Korean War, so they really didn't plant trees until 1952. Monterey pines are like about life expectancy is 75 years, so they're in decline right now. Cypress are going to be a lot older. The 3-to-1 replacement is for penalties. So if they take down a tree that they weren't supposed to, then there's a penalty of 3-to-1. So that's where that came in. Just a question. I understand, I thought that the Walton Group was already known to be doing the demolishing. So I'm a little confused about it going out to bid, because I thought that's why Evie Camacho is here tonight. And regarding that, the Walton Group won an award for demolishing the Army stockade. And they are the ones that, as far as I know, that's going to be responsible for the demolishment of these barracks. So I can't think of any better organization to be doing this and carefully preserving the trees that they say they can retain. So I'm basically overjoyed with this tree removal permit and the conditions, because a lot of the trees, I thought there was no chance in heck of them being able to retain them because they're so close to the buildings. But you know, this project, if it goes off as planned, I think it should get them another award. So anyway, you can just tell I'm really very enthusiastic about this tree removal permit. The recommendation that I made, I would really like it to be a condition of approval, is that the photos of the trees remaining be part of this approval. And the really neat thing is that the arborist, Patrick, has said that he already, when he went out to survey the trees, he also took photos of the trees that are going to be retained. So he already has those on hand. So I think it's like really important for a whole lot of reasons that I put in an email I sent to the commissioners, that we have photos of the trees that we're supposed to be retaining, because that's been a serious problem in the past 3 years of trees that were supposed to be saved, but then were taken out. And this helps accountability. The photos already exist. And I think it's just, as far as like having photos of the trees that are going to be gone, I refer to them as dead trees walking. I mean, serves no purpose that I know of. So having photos of trees that are going to be retained, I think that's going to be fantastic. And since the trees that are going to be retained are going to be pruned, I mean, afterwards, I mean, it's going to like be before and after. It's going to be dramatic. I mean, I think if there's any questions about Marina being a tree-friendly city, I think the results of this project are going to convince a lot of people that we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. And for those that aren't aware, Mr. Owen was a member of our tree committee about 2 years ago. Next up is Sherry, followed by Tina Walsh. Go ahead, Sherry.
Hi, I just wanted to bring up the possibility, some other possibilities about this park. I did drive by there and tried to understand which trees were at risk, etc. I think I would be more comfortable in maintaining the trees that are in fair health and not cutting them down at this time, insofar as that is possible, because they are providing some carbon capture. A possibility for this land is to allow it, because there has to also be soil remediation, I guess, in near five of the buildings, that this be for a while a habitat restoration area. Just allow it to sort of come back, before a lot of building of tennis courts or whatever goes on. Just allow this to come back. Another possibility is to have an outdoor aviary or a botanical garden on this site. Let it be, instead of putting a bunch more buildings there, since there's pretty large scale developments already planned around it, to allow this to just be really like a park, but without all kinds of other structures, more like just a really natural park, and retain the trees that are there. To be honest, a case can even be made for dead trees. Believe it or not, there are organizations that promote the value of dead trees, because they put important nutrients back into the soil for other trees to grow, and they also provide cavities which birds and other wildlife use for nesting. So I really know, I'm sure you're probably not going to go for that, but actually in a lot of our public parks, when trees fall or are in various stages of decay, they remain. A good example is in Point Lobos and also in Henry Cowell. They just basically they go back into the land and replenish the soil in the land. And so you have to remember that when you remove a tree, you are removing elements that are part of that ecology there. And believe it or not, up in Marin County, they stopped sweeping the trails in the redwood forest because they realized that they were removing too many of the nutrients that nourish the trees. They used to do that all the time up at, I guess, at Muir Woods. They used to sweep these trails, and they just continued doing that. At any rate, I just wanted to put out the possibility that there could be other uses for this land, or that it could be allowed to just basically replenish for a while before any more building goes on it. Also, I wondered, this is a question, if there is a way, it looked like from the map that, and also from the street, that some of the trees were right on the corner of a building. If they don't use bulldozers on those corners, could they protect the roots of the trees? Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for your comments, Sherry. And I actually have some comments about your last question there that we'll get to after public comment. Next up is Tina Walsh.
Hello again. What I wanted to say after reading the staff report and the arborist report is that this project is really blight removal, and blight removal removes buildings, not trees. And that the weedy invasive species also are a form of blight. And I support the staff recommendation as it focuses on removing the smaller invasive specimens and retains as many of the mature desirable trees as possible. And the resolutions, the draft resolutions seem to take great care to avoid unfortunate accidents like we've seen in the past of trees that were designated to be retained accidentally being removed. And I also support Mike Owen's suggestion to have the photographs of the specific mature specimens that are designated to be saved. I had a question about the timing of it. I think it's addressed in the resolution, but is it cheaper to wait then until after September so you don't have to hire the wildlife consultants to survey for birds and bats, and what would be the timing of even just the pruning that's going to be taking place to make sure that the trees that are going to be retained are easily separated from the buildings. That's all. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much for joining again, Tina Walsh. All right, next up we have Grace Silva Centella, followed by Kathy Biala. Grace, we're getting you unmuted here.
Hello, Planning Commission. Hello, Planning Commission again, and apologies for the moment a while back there where you heard me yell out for my husband. First of all, I would completely agree with Chairperson McCarthy. We are long overdue to get our Marina Tree Committee back up and running and meeting. They would have been a critical, important first step to review this permit and would have made your process a faster, quicker hearing that you're having this evening. I also want to again thank Mike Owen. I hope someday we'll have a park named after Mike and all the hours he has spent trying to preserve trees here in our city. To me, it's very important that we learn from the sad debacle that happened at Hilltop Park, where trees that had not been properly protected with orange netting were cut down. I appreciate greatly the language, the strong language that's in place in this permit to ensure that there is orange netting in place. I also would appreciate making sure that we have city staff come on a regular basis to the project to oversee the protection of the trees. I think that when these barracks are removed and the trees that have been given approval to be removed in this permit are removed, and we have cleaned up the existing trees, this is going to show our city an amazing piece of land that can be turned into an extraordinary landscape for a future park meeting both active and passive open recreation needs. And I would agree with staff that there's no one in this city, nor myself or anybody on our tree committee, who would recommend that an acacia that is removed be replaced by a like-kind acacia. But I'm in complete agreement with Commissioner Amadeo that this is the location that really will warrant the planting of upper canopy trees, especially our native Monterey pines. So I hope you'll move forward with approving this permit with the language that is in place. And I do agree with what Mr. Owen has recommended, and that there be a photographic record of the trees before they're removed. And again, I just think that we're going to have a phenomenal space here, especially given that we have a good amount of hardscaping that will be developed north of this site with the Marina Sports Complex, the Aquatic Center, and the Sports Promenade. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. And thank you for your comments. We had one other hand up and that person dropped off. And Kathy Biala, and she is back on, so I'm going to ask her to unmute. Kathy, go ahead, please.
I think I am unmuted already.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, it fell off of my screen for some reason, so I had to come back in. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I have some questions. The first one is, because of our current drought, and it may not go away for some time, does the drought conditions affect the survival rates of the replacement trees? My second question is, what kind of obligations for watering are there for replacement trees? Because that might change because of the drought. And then the third question is, in what time frame must replacement trees be planted?
On Cypress Knolls, it looks like there's less trees there, but there's going to be a whole lot more development. And it looks like we're not really sure what that's going to look like. And so if there was some replacement trees that could be held off until we had more definitive plans on Cypress Knolls, that might be to our advantage to be a little bit more flexible. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kathy. Thanks for joining us tonight. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands up in the public, so I am going, oh, I do see one. Julie Hoffman raised her hand. We'll get her unmuted.
Thank you, Brian. For whatever reason, it keeps lowering my hand. Wow, blight removal. How many years has it been since this has been a discussion that the city has been engaged in? I'm glad to see that it's coming to fruition. I do think that the city is should be applauded for taking efforts to preserve the healthy trees. The city clearly needs its canopy. I can't tell you the number of hawks and owls that I have seen in many of the mature cypresses up in that end of town. And we really need that canopy, especially after the loss and other developments that Grace mentioned. I do support the findings for the removal of the invasive species and definitely the Monterey pines that are at the end of their life cycle. I think that it's definitely accurate in identification of, removing most of those acacia, which will freely reseed. So no worries about if those might grow back, they will. I do think that the orange netting is really important, as is having an arborist on site. The city should follow its report, which is really thoughtfully prepared. And I do support the photographic record, and I wondered if maybe a drone shot could be taken to identify the trees that will be staying, since once the buildings are gone, it will be really hard to tell where those trees were in relation to the buildings. And then the city really does, this is just a comment, I really do think that the city of Marina is ready to have an arborist, and it should be really part of the budget in the future. And that's really all I have to say. But I thought that the report was well done, and I applaud you for it. Thank you. Hello?
Wow. Brian, I think you're muted.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. There is one more member of the public, Lisbeth Vischer. Please go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Chairman McCarthy. I would like to thank the staff for the presentation and the planning commissioners for taking decisions about tree removal so seriously. And I would especially like to thank Mike Owen for having dragged me and some neighbors to the future Dunes City Park, so close to our homes, about a year ago, on several Sunday afternoons, to show us trees that have proven being able to survive the sandy soil and often harsh coastal conditions, and to alert us about the potential removal of those trees. I personally was very happy to see that tree 1297, which I had nicknamed the braided tree, has been placed on the retain list. This is just one example of several beautiful large trees that will be enjoyed by many people for hopefully many years to come. I agree with Mike Owen that it will be good to have photos of the trees that will be retained. It would be great if all existing trees in the city will be recorded in a database, accessible for all residents. It will be a big project, maybe a good opportunity for one or more interns from CSUMB or other schools. A large project can be tackled by starting small, review, and then decide to stop or continue with or without adjustments. In addition to orange netting to protect trees that will be retained, can a staff member or arborist mark the trees that have been approved to be removed with some bright colored paint? Please look into anything that can help to avoid more unfortunate inadvertent removals. And just like Chairman Brian McCarthy, I think that it is important for our city to have a tree committee again. I hope that even without a tree committee, The city will work together with knowledgeable residents like Mike, because I think he is very knowledgeable, Julie, Greg, and Grace, to maintain the beautiful, healthy trees that already can be found in our city, that other trees will be added, and that adjustments will be made when needed. And I like Grace's suggestion to name a park after Mike Owen. So thank you all very much for doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisbeth. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands up. I'll do one more check. No hands, so we will close public comment and bring it back to the commission. Commissioners, before we get started with comments, I also want to say that I viewed the site a couple times, and one thing that became clear to me is that the city is preserving actually a surprising number of trees in this blight removal project. There are trees that are growing right next to the building, but it's obvious that because these buildings are on cement blocks, they felt they were able to preserve those trees. And I really applaud whether it was the arborist or the city's decision to do that. I think it showed a lot of diligence and care. And even though we may end up having to go and remove some of those trees in the future, what I see is a plan to genuinely preserve as many trees as possible, but still being able to remove all this blight. So having said that, I'd like to bring it back to the commission for discussion on either any of the public comments you heard or your own thoughts. Commissioner Amadeo?
When we're talking about replacement trees, you heard that from the public, you heard it from me as well. One of the things that I think it's important to understand, it's not just about having large, beautiful trees like the cypress tree, like an oak tree. But it's also important to have smaller understory trees because your landscape is more than one-dimensional. And the landscape of a park, in my opinion, should have a large variety of plants that I'm going to say kind of wrap the park, that make you feel like you're in a natural environment. Even where there are soccer fields or baseball fields, the perimeter should still give you that sense. Division between those areas should give you that sense of being in a more natural environment. And the natural environment is not one-dimensional. It's three-dimensional. It's low-growing plants. It's trees that may only reach 20 or 25 feet tall, and trees that will reach 70, 80, 100 feet tall. So I think it's really important that when we look at replacement trees, we look at the whole scope of it and the environment that we're trying to create while preserving what's already there. So that's just a personal comment about how I feel about parks. I've been in a lot of large parks and a lot of small parks, places where you camp and places where you stroll and places where you play games. But that seems to be one of the things they all have in common, is this idea of creating a natural space, no matter what the activity is. I would like to see a variety of plantings that would be considered native to this area. It's the one place where I see that you could do native plants. You don't have to look at just drought tolerant. You can look at native plants because that's what you would see in the natural environment. So that's something that I would like to be considered. I like Mike's idea of the photos of saved trees, and it looks like somebody's already taken photos. So maybe the city can request copies of those so that we have them available on our website and stored at City Hall. And then I believe my understanding from what I heard, this is more of a question. There's all of these trees that are being retained at this point, but the park design will eventually happen. And did I hear correctly that some of those trees, depending upon the park design, could be removed at a later date? And if so, especially if they're large trees, is it possible if they could just be moved? I know you can move large trees. I know it's very expensive, special equipment required, But rather than just removing those large specimen trees, if they could be moved to a better place where they are not impacting whatever the park plan turns out to be, I want to know if that's possible. Thank you. You're muted, Brian.
Thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. Staff, do you want to take a stab at that last question there about large trees?
Yeah, so I'll take that, Nick.
Okay,
So
thanks, Nick.
I mean that does have some budgetary implications. I understand Brian, the Public Works Director, is taking the potential bid of the park to council soon. The commission's more than you're more than willing to put that in your recommendation, but that is a budgetary impact that the council would have to weigh. Because as Commissioner Amadeo mentioned, that is a pretty significant cost to, for the large trees to remove. But yeah, you can certainly put it in your recommendation, and the city council can take that up. So.
Yeah, I brought it up because we had actually boxed some very large specimen trees that sat where the shops at the dunes now sit. And unfortunately, because the delay in the project moving forward, they all died. And, that's a horrible feeling to think that we lost these beautiful specimen trees. So it would be nice if we have those types that end up having to be removed because of the design of the park that's approved by the council, that we would lose again large specimen trees when we have the ability to move them rather than remove them.
Yeah. Understood.
So, and I think that's all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. Another question I kind of heard from Commissioner Amadeo was about this photo log for accountability. Does staff want to say anything to that in terms of tree removal projects? What is the, I guess, what due diligence does staff do when these projects come before you? Do you look at satellite imagery? Do you have a photo log? What's kind of the process?
So as staff, we're really looking at the trees to be removed. That's mainly the, on this one in particular, I actually walked the entire site and looked at trees to be saved and removed 3 times, which is a unique, just because this is a city project. I really spent a lot more time on this one to understand the site and the conditions. There is, when Patrick does his arborist reports, he does do a photo log of all trees to be saved and be removed and goes through them one by one. He does the map, the tree survey result map. He only maps trees that are required to be mapped. And then he does list them all in an Excel spreadsheet and list their diameter, their species, and their condition. So it's a pretty detailed report. It's, the photo log of the ones to be saved, staff is in support of that. The photos already exist. We spoke to Patrick earlier this week, and he said it's not a problem to put that together and make that available for the public and at our offices. So yeah, the staff is supportive of the photo log of the trees to be saved at this location, at both locations, so.
Thank you. And I'd like to mention to anyone who's interested, the public, commissioner, staff, if you're not aware, and if you're kind of a computer nerd like me, there's a whole catalog of aerial imagery, satellite imagery, even some that is only now being released from the 40s because it was classified government information and now is being released into the public domain. And those things show what the tree landscape looked like in our area back in that time. And so it's imagery that, was never available to the public until recently. And if you know the right places to look, all of that information is available, and it's quite fascinating. I also heard some questions about who was doing the tree removal. Is Walton Group doing the tree removal for both Cypress and the Dunes Park?
That still has to go to bid with the city council. So that will go to the city council, I believe, next week.
So Dunes is, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Dunes is being done through Shea, or is that being done through the city as well?
This is all they're both that are going through the city, so neither
Okay.
will be gone. Good. I mean, so the city park is within the Dune specific plan area, but it is a city. It will be, and they're funding, like Doug said, they're giving the city $8 million as part of the overall funding of that park, but it will be done by City of Marina's Public Works Department.
Okay.
And I don't believe they have I believe that, I'm not sure who's going to do the blight removal. LV might be able to speak more on that. We might want to go to LV just to clarify that process, because I'm not involved in that process. So
Okay, let's get LV unmuted.
Hello again.
Hello, welcome.
Okay, the City Public Works and Wallace Group is preparing to go to the City Council for approval for call for bids, hopefully the next council meeting. And then hopefully the execution of the blight removal will be in the early summer. By then we will have a contractor, and as part of the provision of the contract, they will have a licensed, certified, tree removal contractor as probably a sub for them. For now, we don't know the names yet. We will be, we're hoping to open bids probably April 19. And hopefully we will then have the names, and then we will go to the City Council for award.
Okay.
We intend, can I add a little bit? Because I love trees myself. So I'm preparing all the bidding documents, and we intend to include all the provisions in the contract documents to address all the conditions of approval. And I do plan to, we retain Denise Daffy, arborist and biologist, to be with us during the execution of work. And I intend to be there myself. I'm the project manager for the project, and to walk with the contractor and hopefully the tree removal contractor, and we will mark the trees that's slotted to remain and make sure that all the orange fencing for the trees that will remain will be in place. So that's a commitment on my part.
Okay.
So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
I think it does. Thank you very much. And then the last question from the public that I want to make sure we cover was some questions regarding watering and drought. Kathy Biala asked, what's the survival rate of replacement trees, especially given our drought? What are the obligations for watering and those kind of things? Is that something staff would be willing to answer?
Probably Patrick could answer that.
Yeah, that's probably better for the arborist. So.
Hey everybody. I can't put a number on survival rate, but typically in these circumstances, there's a monitoring plan, and that ensures that trees will survive X number of years. It's typically 3, 5, 10, whatever the monitoring report that's approved states. So that would come per either a monitoring report or a landscaping plan, but I always would recommend a monitoring report in this instance.
Okay, and so as part of maybe any park design, would it be appropriate to consider watering any replacement trees at that time, or a watering plan?
The watering is specific to each tree. You don't want to overwater, let's say an oak, you're just going to kill it. That would be a part of the landscaping plan. The monitoring plan would just ensure the survival of the trees, or the projected survival. Let's say you plant 2 to 1, the goal is 1 to 1, or the goal is 2 to 1. So you get, after 5 years, you need, in this case, 65 trees to survive that 5 years. And then it's a success. But those are 2 separate reports that you guys are explaining.
Okay.
Landscaping plan and a monitoring report.
I think I understand. Thank you. And then last question from Kathy was, is there a timeline when these trees have to be replanted?
So I'm not the one to answer
Yeah,
that.
so I'm helping to kick off the Cypress Knolls project in the next couple months. I think it makes absolute sense to not specify trees planted there until we get some more direction from the council, which we're going to go in April or May to have a kind of a kickoff meeting with the council. Wish me luck. I think I'm like the 4th director to work on this thing, so hopefully. So yeah, but yeah, I think it makes perfect sense to just put in the motion that planting in Cypress Knolls will, however the commission wants to phrase it, will be deferred until final direction from the council is given about the project. So
okay, and that makes sense to me. I think it needs to be dependent on what the plans are. Okay, any other commissioners? If not, would anyone like to form a motion?
I did take the liberty of during the meeting of, so. And this can be modified however the commission wants, but.
Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so I'll take a stab. I think what I'm seeing is make a motion to adopt a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of Marina recommending the Community Development Director approve the removal of 32 trees to be removed at the city park at the dunes and 5 trees to be removed at the Cypress Knolls location with, looks like 4 conditions. Take pictures of trees that will be removed and a photo log of said trees will be kept by the project arborist. The project arborist shall monitor the landscaping plan based on the current drought conditions in California. Site 168 replacement trees will be incorporated into the city park landscaping plan when it's prepared of comparable size and species. And the timing for those will be dependent on city council direction.
That's the next one. That's site 1. So site
Okay.
1,
Well, would it be applicable to the city park as well, or?
Yes.
I would think so, given that the conceptual designs are still.
That's fine.
Okay, and then site 2, 10 replacement trees required as part of the development agreement for Cypress Knolls, comparable size and species. Replacement of Cypress Knolls shall be delayed until the development of the project is given final direction by the city council. Do I have a second?
Second, but I'd like to make an amendment to the motion.
Okay.
And that would be that we have a complete photo log of not only the trees to be removed, but also the trees to be saved, available to the public, because I think that's really what it's about, is that the public wants to be able to see that trees that should be saved are saved.
And I think I'm more than willing to add that to my motion, but I'd like clarification from staff first. Is that relatively, I don't want to say easy because nothing's easy, but I mean, we've kind of already taken photos of many of these trees anyway. Is that a correct understanding, or? Nick, I don't know.
I believe Patrick said that he's going to do that log anyways, but if you
Yeah,
want
I thought that's what he said as well, is that he had actually already taken the pictures of the trees to be saved and the trees to come out. So just that would be made available to the public on the city website.
Okay, that's good enough for me. I certainly accept the amendment and appreciate it. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion on the motion? I see Commissioner St. John has his hand up. Go ahead, please. You're muted, Commissioner St. John. You're still muted, Commissioner St. John. We can't hear you.
Okay, got it. Maybe better language would be to include pictures of trees that will be removed and also trees that will be retained. Since the pictures, it's already assumed or almost confirmed that the pictures exist, and we don't need to say to take the pictures, but to include them.
And so I thought that was the language that Commissioner Amadeo had asked for. Is that what you had asked for?
That's what I'd asked for. And it does say to take a picture of the trees rather than to include pictures of the trees that will be removed and the complete photo log of all trees. I'm looking to see, he's correcting as we speak, so I'm not sure where we're at. How about to take pictures of all trees, including those to be saved and those to be retained and those to be removed.
Okay, and that.
And available on the city website. There we go.
Good to me. Commissioner St. John, is that kind of what you're asking for, or are we missing the mark there?
Well, you're still saying to take the pictures, but rather than to include pictures.
Yeah, just change the word to include. To include in the beginning.
The second word, to take, the first dot, instead of to take, to include.
Okay, so the difference being if there's a picture that already exists,
then we can use it.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Does second still hold, Commissioner Amadeo?
Yes.
All right. Let's see if we have any other hands up. I'm not seeing any, so I would say let's go to a roll call vote.
All right. Chair McCarthy?
Yes.
Commissioner Amadeo?
Yes.
Commissioner Hurd?
Yes.
Commissioner Rana?
Yes.
Commissioner St. John?
Yes.
Commissioner Walton?
Yes.
And Commissioner Woodson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for the robust discussion on that. All right, we've got 2 items left. Hopefully we can get done before 10 o'clock tonight. Let's move into the third public hearing, and that is item 7C, and it's a public hearing on the Dunes on Monterey Bay Master Sign Program. A staff report, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Chair McCarthy. This is an item I think you have seen in past. There was a condition that was approved as part of a temporary sign banner that was placed on the north side of Imogen Parkway near the off-ramp to Highway 1. It was about a year ago, but in that they required, or you required, I should say, that a master sign program be submitted for approval within 18 months of that, of the approval of that tentative banner, or the, I'm sorry, temporary banner. We did receive an application on February 10th this year for a master sign program, and I think you all received a copy of the sign standards as part of the package that you received tonight. So I'm not going to belabor and go through each and every point of that document, but I did want to at least point out the regulatory context of the signs that are being proposed. The general plan does make reference to maintaining signage, especially with treatment along the Highway 1 right-of-way, where they say that signage shall be limited primarily to directional information, and where commercial signage is permitted, it would be subdued. It's kind of a arbitrary term, but I think everybody gets the idea. Oh, thanks. Let's see. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can share my screen, if that's okay, Nick.
Yeah, I saw you going down the presentation, so I thought I'd share for you, but go for it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Let me see if this is working. You know what? If you wouldn't mind, it's not coming up for me. So I'm sorry about that.
No problem. I got it. I'll just go.
Cool.
along with it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
As I was saying, the general plan, city's general plan does include policies that address signage along city edges, which the Imgen Parkway would be considered one. And also it looks to enhance the commercial signage and the pleasurable, making corridors more pleasurable for motorists. And going to the next slide, if you would. The University Village specific plan also addresses signage. And keep in mind that this document was approved back in 2005. So some of the, it is conceptual. Some of the items were somewhat dated. But one item that did come through was that there be attention paid to the Highway 1 design corridor that was part of the Fort Ord Reuse Authority's documents for the regional urban design standards. Okay, next. In there, it also designates that there will be a scenic corridor overlay. And we get to, and also establishes building heights here in the town center location. And in the exhibits that were attached to the specific plan, there were standards for signage that were adopted. And in fact, some of the signage provisions that are in that document have been incorporated into the master sign program that was submitted just recently. So it's kind of a trend. There are definitely provisions in there that still apply. We can go to the next item. And one of the references that they do make is to the Highway 1 design corridor. Specifically, it includes a 100-foot setback for buildings and an additional 100-foot setback for signage. So from the right-of-way line in the vicinity of Imgen Parkway, which is considered a gateway, signs are supposed to be set back 200 feet from the edge of the Caltrans right-of-way. And this is an example or an exhibit that was contained in that document that shows conceptually what that corridor would look like in the vicinity of the Imgen Parkway on and off ramp. So moving into the regional context, Doug pretty much explained every nook and cranny within this plan area. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on that. And I think we'll just jump right ahead to the actual sign program, which is what we're here for. The master sign program addresses 16 different sign types. And you can see the summary of them here. It does look like a considerable amount of signage that's going to be provided. But I would like to point out that at the scale of this map and the size of the dots that indicate different types of signage, I don't think is quite that extensive. Anyway, we'll go into each of the individual types. This is one section that is east of 2nd Avenue, going over to California. And you can see where the majority of the signage there has to do with temporary signage. This program does address both permanent signage and temporary signage. And this has to do with sales offices for the residential areas. There is some retail, again, at Imgen and California, which is shown there. But again, the majority of the signage is going to be within the confines of the commercial districts in the Dunes development. And this is the area to the south going down to Diverty. Again, not as much signage proposed there. Mostly has to do with office parks and that type of thing. So jumping specifically to the sign types themselves, I'm not going to go through each and every sign that is proposed within their standards, but We did have some issues with a few of the signs that really needs more clarification. And our recommendations would be that we provide for that. First of all, for the retail community project identification sign, it wasn't real clear to us that what exactly the sign is. It was, I believe, intended to be a identifier for the commercial development section here. It appears to be more of a placeholder because when you read the documentation, it talks about signage being less, 40 feet or less, attached to buildings perhaps, facing towards Highway 1. But in the location that's shown here, it appears to be more of a freestanding sign. So to really create some more clarity for this, what we're proposing for the sign type is that prior to any approval, that the Planning Commission would take a look at that. And that also any additional locations, because the language is somewhat vague in that it does sound like there could be more than one of these signs. It's just not shown as part of this plan. But our recommendation is that it be brought back to the Planning Commission for review prior to approval of that. Another issue that we had wanted to address has to do with lighting and illumination of signage. Again, we're recommending that no signage be located within 200 feet of the right-of-way in keeping with the Highway 1 design corridor. The next slide, I think we talk about the actual, no, I'm sorry, please go back. The issue that we had to do with lighting, and we wanted to include the actual provisions from the zoning code itself, because we think it's much more specific than the actual wording in the master sign program itself. And just so we are clear, the city's sign regulations occur in a number of different places. There are provisions in the zoning code. There are provisions in the citywide design guidelines. There are provisions in the specific plan itself. The general plan has provisions for that, and also the Highway 1 corridor. So what we're trying to do with this document is really consolidate all those different regulatory entities and consolidate them into one cohesive document that would address all the signage in all locations. So that just kind of gives you an idea. What we are recommending is that as far as lighting is concerned, use the language that is in the zoning code because we feel that it's clearer than is proposed in the document itself. So basically we're saying that the illumination would regulate the use of high intensity unshielded or undiffused light would not be permitted. Lighting will be shielded, oriented, or diffused to eliminate undue glare onto adjacent properties, and that would include rights of way as well. The next one would be shielded or diffused in a manner that would eliminate possibility of conflict with safe traffic movement. And that the Architectural Design Review Board / Planning Commission and City Council on Appeal shall retain the right to require the reduction in the intensity of illumination after the installation of illuminated sign if such illumination creates any undue glare, annoyance, or hazard. And one other one that we're recommending is the use of uplighting shall be avoided or minimized in accordance with dark sky principles. And that's in recognition of the MIRA, the Meteorological Observation Association that is in close proximity to this development. A number of their observation locations are, in the Santa Lucia Mountains and further away. But again, we're trying to further the dark sky provisions, and we are also recommending that the council or the planning commission would at least consider the proposal to turn all signs off at midnight. I think in certain areas where it's sort of a generic signage or identification, such as sign type A, that it may be reasonable for people to identify with that location. But as we get into the other sign types, I think that are in closer proximity to residential areas, we might want to consider a different standard. So moving on. Sign type B, this is the most numerous types of signs. And they really cover 3 different types of signage itself. So the retail tenant building identification is broken down into 3 different size criteria for anchor signage or signage for anchor retail operations like Kohl's and Target stores. The next one is a medium format. It's up to 80,000 square feet, which would include the REI and buildings like Michael's, things like that that are smaller. There you go. That's the larger anchors that we have on site. The next slide shows the smaller format. And then the third criteria is for the smaller, under 50,000 square feet, which is a lot, primarily the quick sales of quick food and fast food operations within the core of that retail area. So we looked at the different types of, or the criteria for signage and the amounts of signs. A lot of them are already in place. So we didn't have a whole lot more to say about that, but the Planning Commission may want to weigh in on whether or not they feel that the amount of signage that is recommended is appropriate. And the one thing that is pretty clear is that you have examples of that to observe what that actually looks like on the ground. So the next group that we talk about, there's not quite yet. I know I want to keep moving to, but the permanent signs that we have concerns about have to do mainly with directional signs, monument signs. And the concern there is primarily where they're located. It's a monument sign. They're typically located closer to the roadways, and in a lot of cases can result in blocking lines of sight. So our recommendation is that we include standards that would have to consider the location of those when they're adjacent to the intersection of roadways and or driveways and roadways to ensure that there's clear lines of sight and that the signage itself would not create a hazard. And that's our recommendation for the Planning Commission. So the next one, after permanent signs, we talk about temporary signage. The next slide shows the temporary fence ramp that I think everybody's already seen. That's located at 2nd Avenue and Imjim Parkway. It's been in place for a little more than a year. They are proposing that another sign location be provided further south on 2nd near Devarty, or north of Devarty, I should say. So the concern we have is it's not real clear how or what the duration on that signage should be. When actual development occurs on those sites, they are in the later phases of the development itself. So those banners could be there for quite a while. I think as long as they're maintained and they don't become kind of worn and torn by wind and the elements, that it could be acceptable. But that's something that the Planning Commission may also want to consider. So 2 other items after the fence wrap itself, other temporary signs that we had to deal with, which is not in this presentation, had to do with A-frame signs and whether or not we wanted to allow that. I should point out that the existing code and the design guidelines themselves prohibit any kind of A-frame sandwich boards, is what they refer to them as, or movable signs. And I think everybody's familiar with what those look like. And when you consider the number of residential, retail operations in the core, in the promenade area in particular, If every business in there had a sandwich board out on the sidewalk or near the street, it could become kind of hazardous for pedestrians, and just in general would create a lot of visual clutter. That's sort of our take on things. So we talked to Doug Yon about that some time ago, and Doug did remove, because they did have A-frames in there, mainly for promoting real estate sales. You know, they're used often for resale of housing. And they had proposed using them as part of their sales program for their new residential development. But again, I think based on the history of the city and what the standards had been, we would recommend that those be prohibited, not used at all. And then the last category had to do with window signage. The amount of signage that is placed inside of a retail operation that essentially blocks lines of sight into the building, particularly for surveillance for law enforcement. There's a lot of concern. A lot of communities have issues with that, especially when they block, you know, a clear line of sight to, say, the cashier. Officers can't really discern what's going on when you've got that much blockage in windows. So our recommendation was that for future development, that no more than 30% of the windows be covered from the inside with posters or banners that are promoting, you know, different products. And I think that pretty much covers what we had recommended. We included the findings for the Planning Commission to make if they wish. And it is under CEQA considered to be exempt. It's a categorical exemption under the CEQA. And in addition, you know, extensive environmental review had been completed as part of this project, and it doesn't propose anything beyond what had previously been approved. So based on that, no further environmental reviews is required. So at this point, the Planning Commission can approve the master sign program as submitted, or modify it with any conditions that they wish to adopt. They could decide not to approve it and direct staff to amend or revise. Or they can also deny it if they choose. And those are essentially the choices at this point. But our recommendation is that the Planning Commission approve it, subject to the recommended conditions, and with the adoption, the findings that we had included in the staff report. And the recommended conditions of approval are outlined here. So based on that, that's our final recommendation. I think is there another set beyond that, Nick?
Yeah, it goes.
Yeah, there we go.
It goes to the recommended motion after this. So
there you go. So that is our report. I tried to keep it as brief as possible, given the hour, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Steve. Great presentation. Nick, could you go back a couple slides? Sorry.
Sure, no problem. Just tell me which slide.
Back more. Okay.
Alternatives.
Yeah, go forward to the last 3 slides. Okay, stop there.
Yeah.
Okay, forward one more.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, that was the one. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that was the one. Thank you.
Okay. No problem.
I appreciate it. All right, commissioners, any specific questions on this presentation? Then we'll go to the applicant, public, and come back for discussion. So I know I've got quite a few questions, and I see Commissioner Amadeo has her hand up. Go ahead, Commissioner Amadeo.
Thank you, Chair McCarthy. I actually only have one question because I absolutely detest signs in windows. Maybe that's my training through crime prevention through environmental design, CEPTED. I think they're a huge mistake. But I understand that retailers want to be able to put that thing that says 50% off or whatever. But I note that restaurants in large communities, they don't put anything except a menu, and they put it under glass right by the entrance to the building. And it looks very nice, and you can stop and read that menu before you go inside. Well, the same thing could be done for posters for your sale that says 50% off. Put it in something nicely framed that's attached to the building that doesn't block any view to interfere with police patrol, because, you know, we don't have them walking the beat. They're driving by in their car looking for activity. So I think having all the windows available for people to be able to see in, and having that sign framed as part of the building, it looks nice, and they can still advertise whatever it is that they need to advertise, is a better route to go than saying 30% of your windows can be covered in banners. So, and I would like to make that as a suggestion, and I would like to hear from Marina Community Partners if that is something that they would consider doing.
Okay, let's try to keep it to questions on the presentation, but your comment is definitely noted, and I think we'll get to that, and I very much appreciate the comment as well. Any other commissioners have questions on the presentation? Not seeing any hands. I'm going to go through a couple of mine. So I'm a little confused on this item. I guess I'm confused as to why we're seeing this as kind of a conglomeration of signs versus individual signs being brought to us throughout the process. And I understand certainly that maybe street signs, for example, we would just approve a set plan, right? Because street signs are not something that need to be approved on an individual basis. But why are we approving kind of this master sign program versus more individualized signs?
Well, again, we took direction from the Planning Commission a year ago that basically said we need to adopt a master sign program within 18 months. The idea was that we wanted to see a comprehensive approach as opposed to piecemeal individual signs coming in, not necessarily regulated by any particular program. So essentially, that's why. So go ahead.
And so if we approve something tonight, and then let's say we go back and change our sign ordinance and the city code that applies to all signs throughout the city, does that change in the ordinance then apply to this master plan approval?
I would say that whatever is adopted as part of this program would apply to the specific plan area and would not be applied to on a citywide basis.
Right. So, but my question was the reverse of that. So if we adopt something tonight that applies to the specific plan area, and then 2 years from now, we say, we're changing our sign ordinance that says, no, fenestration of windows can only be 10%, not 30%. Would what's approved tonight, would those folks likely be grandfathered into that in perpetuity, or?
So let me back up. So it's actually in the zoning code for large, and it's in 1746 180 of subsection E. And it does specifically talk about all commercial, office, or industrial developments designed to contain more than 4 occupancies. We're actually required to do a master sign program. And then in terms of your specific question, typically master sign programs are binding. unless there's a, pretty significant health, safety, welfare impact that has to be made. So typically the master sign programs runs with the property.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to answer the first question, in addition to what Steve said about the direction received from Planning Commission a year ago, so.
And we're also responding to the provisions in the specific plan itself that was adopted by City Council that essentially calls for a master program. And again, what we've tried to do is include the policies of the general plan and the actual pertinent regulations from the citywide design guidelines and the zoning code requirements, 1746, and consolidate those so they would apply across the board within this development too.
Okay. Next question is, and I want to say that I appreciate the thoughtfulness on dark sky principles and the language about signs being turned off at a certain time. You're kind of speaking my language when you say that, and I've said that very publicly in this commission in the past. We had a conversation about the citywide sign ordinance about, gosh, maybe 3 years ago now. And we had looked at modifying that ordinance, and that has yet to happen. But my question is, the language that was proposed was, quote, in accordance with dark sky principles, end quote. And I'm a little concerned that doesn't really have a lot of sticking power, doesn't really mean anything. And I'm just wondering if you've considered that, if you think that maybe some stronger language could be used there, some very specific objective things, i.e. it must be dark sky certified, or must only put out so many lumens, or something of that nature.
Well, the Planning Commission could make that recommendation and make it as specific as they want. We included, diffusion and shielding of the lighting, ensuring that there's no spillover onto adjacent properties. We didn't get down to the actual lumens themselves, or distance that's covered by any kind of lighting at all. Trying to limit the amount of uplighting, recommending downlighting wherever possible with shielding, which is, I think, in keeping with dark sky. But
Okay.
I mean, if you want to get into more detail, we could do that.
Okay, and the last question I think I have for now, and maybe it's more of a rhetorical question, and I've voiced this concern before. So there's an interesting thing that happens here on the coast with the fog that rolls in, and that is that light is refracted. I think that's the right word. And it acts very differently than in areas without this kind of fog. And I'm just wondering, was that something that staff kind of considered or took a look at all, and what the impacts of that might be?
We did consider that. That question would actually better be directed to the applicant. I believe their sign guy, for lack of a technical terms, on the call. So
Okay. All right, I think that's the only questions I have for now. Any other commissioners before we go to the applicant? Not seeing any. I would like to go to the applicant if they have a presentation or would like to spend some time discussing the plan. Mr. Yount, would that be you?
Yes, and thank you, Chair McCarthy and commissioners. I also have Rob Keel on the line here as well. Rob is with Gauger and Associates, our sign consultants and marketing consultant and sign as well. They helped prepare this master sign program. A couple of things. First of all, we don't have given the time and issues, we don't have to go through all of the slides and go back through. We can obviously pull up things if need be to reference, which I think would be helpful if you have questions. But just some general context. First is, as Mr. Flint mentioned, the purpose of this entire program was to take regulations that were already in place, adopted, and covered under our development agreement from the original approvals, and modified several times, that really related more to the commercial retail area than the entire master plan, and make this a much more comprehensive program. As you may be aware, the city's sign ordinance and general plan and other regulations are I'll just be blunt. I think I can speak directly to that because I've been with the city a long time before. They're not as comprehensive nor as the clarity as they need to be. And I think, having a comprehensive sign program for temporary, for permanent, for all types of uses, addressing all varieties, was meant to actually help and assist the city whenever a sign program application came in. That so subsequently, when a sign application comes in for whatever, let's say on the promenade, or let's say for a temporary sign, it's easier for staff then to go and be able to look at the master sign program and be able to say and implement it and say, yes, that's in conformance, or no, it's not. You need to modify it here, here, here. And so it was meant to be a comprehensive, one, from a policy standpoint, two, comprehensive and aiding also for city staff, because it is the intention, much like everything in the specific plan, it's the intention that the policy work has essentially been completed prior, and the implementation of that policy through the development is in conformance with the specific plan, in conformance with these master sign programs. So it's it is an administrative matter coming forward, and that's one of the other objectives and purposes of this master sign program as well. I think I should also note that all of the recommendations that's been provided by city staff in this sign program, and in fact, we first submitted a sign program a ways before February 10th on a preliminary basis, and then with a final submittal application at that time. But we have been in discussions for quite a while, and we have made a fair amount of changes. And in fact, we've made and incorporated all of the changes that staff is recommending in the program. And we do have a revised presentation, if you will, that just has a variety of language in there that does take what staff has recommended and puts it into the various sections, whether it's the temporary signing, whether it's the permanent signing, whether it's the one that Steve mentioned on that one sign for a community, retail community project ID coming in, respecting all of the setbacks on the Highway 1 design corridor, whether it's, relative to sites and the ability to have freestanding signage, adjacent to streets to make sure the line of sight is there. All of the variety of things that were mentioned is now been, we are in agreement with and have been incorporated into a revised sign program by adding some additional language where necessary so that it's clear. So I really don't think there's any from our standpoint, from the developer's standpoint, concerns there with their. The one exception might be that when the one recommendation from staff about returning to the Planning Commission relative to, I believe there was some additional language added there that I wasn't familiar with or that we hadn't discussed prior, relative to returning to the Planning Commission. Should there be a need for revision of a sign, obviously if it is not in conformance, the sign application, and we still desire to have that type of sign and it doesn't conform with the master sign program, it would be a variance and have to come forward to the Planning Commission and or the Design Review Board. But I think outside of those limited conditions, it's our intent that it be specifically be a staff level approvals on sign applications, because the details have already been captured in the master sign program and the policy.
What did you do?
So, Rob, I don't know if you want to add anything here relative to this discussion.
Yeah, I wanted to just say that in accordance with what Mr. Flynn said, and also our discussion with the city staff the other day, we thought that there were some really helpful suggestions made, and we've incorporated, as Doug said, we've incorporated those
I'm silent.
into our document. So I don't know if I can share my screen or not, just to kind of show you the little updates that we made. based on the most recent feedback, I'm going to try to share my screen here. Going to go to the it's going to go to the document, and this is a version of it that has just been updated as of yesterday in response to our discussion with city staff. Just going to only note these things that you're seeing in magenta here. I assume everyone can see what I've got up on screen here.
Yeah.
Okay. So changes to the February 8th, 2022 version that were requested by city staff have been made and are noted in magenta. So I'm just going to quickly go over those just to show that we have we've heard those recommendations and made them accordingly. None of this has changed. This is all stuff you've seen previously. The clarification on that sign tab A, which is the retail community project identification. This is, we wanted to clarify that this is one sign only. The old language that was originally adopted back in 2005 allowed for more than one, or at least could be interpreted that way. So this is one sign. We're going to be outside of that 200-foot setback from Highway 1. So the location here is most likely going to be freestanding. We don't anticipate that it would be attached to Target. It would probably be in that landscaped area. So again, we're 200 feet away. We're more than 200 feet away from the Highway 1, and there would be only one sign, which was not specified that way before. Moving on to the next item here. Maximum letter height and also maximum logo area per elevation. We wanted to clarify that, you know, just our language here was not as precise as it could be. So we just clarified that language a little bit. Same thing here. On this one, retail tenant directory, there's changes to several of these based specifically on our conversation with city staff with regard to the obstruction of sightlines. So this specific language has been added to approximately six of these sign types. If freestanding, you'll note this seen here in magenta, if freestanding, standing signage adjacent to streets, sidewalks, bike paths, and or horse trails should be located to avoid obstructing lines of sight between motorists, bicyclists, pedestrians, and equestrians. Lighting, if applicable, in other words, if this particular sign has lighting, it will be placed and controlled so as to eliminate undue glare onto adjacent properties and to avoid conflicting with traffic movement. In other words, obviously we want to make sure that nothing gets in the way of people's safe travel and that lighting does not present any kind of hazard or annoyance to people. Same note here on this one. Sign type D. Same note here on sign type F, office tenant directory. Again, just making sure that it doesn't create an obstruction and that the lighting is appropriately toned down to not be hazardous or an inconvenience. Same language here, particularly about you know, obstructing sight lines, and again, lighting would be would be controlled in place so as to eliminate undue glare and not conflict with traffic movement. Same thing with here with this community monument. Basically, there are two types of monuments that are derivative of each other. This is the office park version of it. This is the community version of it, one of which already exists. And basically, I think that's it. I mean, all of this other material we've already gone through, as Doug and others have said. You know, this dates back to 2005, and we've essentially just tried to kind of coalesce it all into one clean document that acts as a kind of master for everything, so that it's a cohesive program that's ultimately going to make the signage look good, be appropriate to the environment, and ultimately serve the public's needs to travel safely through the community.
Thanks, Rob. So we Chairman McCarthy, available for any questions then. I think one thing I wanted to mention is I believe Commissioner Amadeo had a question about signage in the windows. I share that opinion as well. I like less signage at times. And when we go forward with our promenade development for restaurants, we definitely on our own purchase and sale contracts and tenant leasing will have very strict guidelines in addition. For that, the previously approved signage that's out there and the ones in the previous already occupied, let's say the quick serve restaurants, the Blaze Pizzas, the other things there, as well as the Target. Those signs are in essence essentially grandfathered, I believe, until a new use may come in that regards. There's some very strict, I mean, Guido will, knows better than I do about signage regulations and the history of those things, and the legality around those. It's very difficult for us to go, back to an existing tenant and say, you came in under these pretense. This was an adopted sign guidelines at the time the project was entitled, and you went in there. Now to come back and force something different is, I don't believe, in a legal stance. However, every attempt going forward, new tenants and or brand new tenants, like in the promenade and all the other commercial uses we talked about, office park and such, as I shown in the previous presentation, we will utilize these new sign guidelines as we go forward. And again, in the promenade, we will have our own CC&Rs with strict regulations, particularly on things like windows and other types of signs beyond this. So we are available for questions if there are any questions regarding.
Thank you, Doug and Rob. Let's commission, I think there's some people that have been patiently waiting, and I know it's getting late. So how would you feel about going out to public comment and then coming back for discussion?
That's fine.
Okay, let's do that. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, you'll have up to 4 minutes. Please raise your hand. You'll be recognized. I'm not actually seeing any hands, so maybe it'll be shorter than I expected. Give one more opportunity. Okay, not seeing anybody, so we'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioners, do you have questions for the applicant or further discussion, Commissioner Amadeo?
Yeah, I heard A-frames being mentioned and that they were being banned altogether. So I do have a question, because realtors for resale of property use A-frames as directional signs to send you to where they have a house for sale. How do you regulate that incidental A-frame if it's in violation of the sign program that you put forward?
Well, it's always difficult there. The homeowners association can enforce it on, to some degree, on private property, in the public street, public sidewalk. It's in violation of these, would be in violation. You might have to ask yourself as well, how well are they being enforced all over Marina, regular to that? And they're tough, right? It's tough to do. We obviously, want to minimize that to the greatest extent possible. I think the fact that there is a homeowners association, there will be a commercial owners association as well. That will help police that as best we can. And in fact, I had a chance a couple of weekends ago to do a tour of a variety of promenade type projects and commercial mixed use projects and throughout California a couple of weeks ago. And the nice ones are the ones that didn't have 1,000 sandwich boards and all the stuff in there. It was much cleaner. It was nice, and it was kind of refreshing to see tenants didn't need to put them out there because they could handle it with the menu or the specials next to the menu or the other thing. It was just the way that the restaurants were set up, particularly with outdoor seating, as we're proposing as well on the promenade. It just lends itself to be. You don't have to have the additional advertising. It's just already inviting. So
I do have another question regarding your response to what I'd said about the 30% of a window could be covered, blah, blah, blah. And you said you couldn't do it with current tenants, and I get that. But can you put as a condition of approval that for future development within the dunes and for future tenants?
Yes.
So if there's a tenant change, can we put that in there that you can't have advertisements blocking windows?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you may want to, we can work with staff to determine percentages and other things that are normally put into window. Rob, I don't know if you have any other suggestions, but that is something that could be discussed in terms of limiting the amount that could go. We'll do that already with our leases and our CC&Rs we'll have on all commercial. But it could be something that could be added here for future tenants and future development.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, that was, as Doug has mentioned, that's our intent, is to make it so that there's no need for people to junk up their windows with things. And the safety issue you talked about is one that specifically came up, and it's certainly a valid one.
I look at the shops at the dunes, and that parking lot is always full. I often have to park down below, so they certainly don't need advertising in their windows. They already have overfilled their parking lot and have to use other spaces. So being able to put something like that in your sign your signage document would be, I think, very helpful. So thank you very much. I'm glad that it's doable.
Thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. And before we move on from that comment, I just want to piggyback and say, I think there's the argument to be made that we shouldn't enforce, or new regulations on folks that have already invested in signs. But I guess I'm a little confused as to that we can't, and I know we don't have legal counsel here, but is there some kind of sign? I guess it was mentioned that there was existing sign regulations. So what are those existing regulations that they would be grandfathered under?
No, what Doug was speaking to is if you have somebody who's already there,
right,
trying to retroactively enforce this master sign program, that gets to be a little bit problematic. But
and I don't recall seeing any regulations in existing documents that the city enforces. Like, there isn't any provision like that in zoning that I can find.
And the reason I think that's important is that if, as a city, we decide that we're going to ban tobacco signs, right? Just because that wasn't on the books previously, I would think, and again, I understand I'm not a lawyer, but I would think that would be something that we could do, even if today we're allowing tobacco signs in the dunes, for example.
Well, signage has First Amendment issues. I don't want to speak out of turn. Yeah, I would have to punt to our legal team on that. But yeah, I absent the tobacco thing, which has its own, I mean, there's a whole host of other regulatory laws affecting alcohol and tobacco, and not focusing on minors, and that's a whole other conversation. But I think for the purposes of this conversation, you can certainly put into the motion about future tenants, and we already have assurances from the applicant that they understand our concern. So I don't think it's going to be an issue moving forward. So,
and Chair McCarthy, just one additional thing there is when the entitlements were granted, we do have a development agreement, and it does call for project approvals that were done at the time, which was a master sign, or was a commercial sign guideline program, design guidelines at the time. And it was amended again, I think, in 2008. And a number of the tenants in their documents, their legal documents, not sure what's going on with my camera, but legal documents in terms of their purchase and sale, and in terms of what they had bought the property and are moving forward with a lease or with a purchase of the property, refer to those documents that were adopted under the DA. And they're incorporated into a number of like reciprocal easement agreement documents and other things. So I think, unfortunately, I think there's a lot of legal framework that would require grandfathering of existing tenants, but future tenants and new development, I think, can be affected. And and things will turn over time as well. Hopefully not too quickly. We want to keep the tenants we have, but there will be some turnover as things over time.
Okay, I appreciate the input. Commissioner St. John, followed by Commissioner Woodson.
Is there anything in the master signage program that addresses maintenance and day of signs, letters that fall off, colors that fade, lights that go out. Is there a maintenance requirement?
There is, and when we met with the applicant the first round, there was language in there. I don't know if Steve or Doug want to pull it up, but I remember me asking that specific question about.
I have that language and can
it's
share
right
it.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you share it, Rob,
Yeah.
if you could, please?
Mhm.
Thank you.
All signs within the dunes shall be maintained in an as new and fully functional condition. Signs shall meet all relevant standards of the specific plan at all times. Any deficiencies shall be immediately corrected by the persons or businesses responsible for the maintenance of said sign or signs. If a tenant goes out of business, the tenant's lettering and or identification must be removed, but the underlying sign structure can remain. So this is one of several of these types of statements that are in here to assure that things are not only, constructed to proper standards, but maintained, in perpetuity. So yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that clears it up for me.
Thank you, Commissioner St. John. Commissioner Woodson? We're not hearing you, Commissioner Woodson. I see you're unmuted, but.
No, I'm unmuted, but still
Okay,
not working.
we can hear you.
I know. I have a couple, thank you. A couple things. To go back to just the signing on the overarching glazing and windows. That still concerns me overall, that even 30% is a massive amount on especially a glazed front, where the glazing incorporates 80 to 90% of the storefront. I would rather see something where something that's more along the lines of advertising and placards, name and insignia. Those are just not allowed at all on it. I think keeping a nice, going back to what has been said multiple times by different people, including developers, when you visit promenade type of outdoor malls, that the ones that look the best, that have the cleanest lines, are the ones that are very minimalistic, that have the business's primary logo, and even on the glazing itself, they don't have consistent logos. And I think that was something I did not see in the wording either, was the use of repetitive logos across different panels. So if you have 4 different panels, you could have I'm just going to use this, a specific store's logo etched on the glazing. I would rather not see something like that. So I think the 30% is still it's still an extremely large amount that I don't think is going to provide value added at all. So I'd rather just not. I just would like to see all of that removed, and that outside of the minimal corporate logos that are defined, not have something on the glass at all. The second thing that I would want to raise, and I did not really see that in here again, was on the hardware and glazing, hardware and runways. I'm searching again. I don't see it in here. I would like to see something in the standards that talk about that all hardware and runway and other support structures are all hidden. I know that's an easy thing to do, and we always will say that will happen because vendors want to have a nice clean look, but that's not always what's going to happen. So I would like to ensure that all of the actual background part of it, of the mechanical piece, is not visible. The third question and kind of statement I have is going back to what the developer just said. We hate to have turnover, but turnover happens. So I didn't see, there is nothing that talks about barricade signage. And what are the standards for barricade signage around a business that is empty? Or is it just empty and it just has empty glass looking into an empty building? So I would like to see that addressed. And again, this is mainly in the commercial area, not in the business areas. And then I think overall what it comes back to is, I kind of lump this all together in the concept of finish quality, is we want to have a finish quality that looks and brings people in. If the concept is, which was the stated concept of the promenade, is that we are going to bring people in similar to what people do at the wharf. And I mean, that's pretty much what was defined to us over the last 6 months. Then that has to actually present that way, and it's got to represent it. I think those are kind of like that one. And then the last piece I have, the fourth one, is the actual entrance that's labeled an arch. It is just a mechanical, it's just a bunch of rebar and lattice work tied together. I would rather see something, or I would like to see something that represents the city of Marina. That is, it could be wrought iron, it could be some type of cut metal, fabricated, that if you're going to have the entranceway and you're going to have this kind of archway, I'd rather not just have some industrial pieced together archway that is standard. I like to create something that represents our community in a bigger realm. And I think that goes back to the underlying concept of what Shay and Sea Haven and all the different developers have been trying to put in, is they're trying to put a mark on this. And why would we want to go with just a simple lattice work entryway? Those are my 4 comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Woodson. Mr. Yount, do you want to reply to any of those? You don't have to. Do you have any comments or?
Well, I'll just comment that I would agree and support a lot of those, what Commissioner Woodson talked about. I mean, we do want to create the best that Marina can have. We do want to be able to create an image, an attractive image. We want to be able to have folks come and participate and be excited about it. You know, it's always a balance at times too. And as it relates to the arch, I mean, that is what you see is just a typical rendering. That's not the exact dimensions of what's going to happen there. So, I mean, we're still working on that design, and we welcome input. And that it is, you know, something that will obviously have to come back in an application to the city to be able to look at and say, okay, that makes sense. But we are spending a significant amount of resources on the promenade and the rest of the development, and trying to bring it, all the aspects, the aesthetics of it up. And so we are very, you know, very aware of a lot of that. And the 30% on the glass and the glazing, that was just a number thrown out. I don't think we should get locked into that at all. In fact, I would agree. I support a lot of that doesn't have, that wouldn't allow, you know, that kind of signage across, you know, or filling up the glass space at all. But we do have to have some of it. I mean, I've got to be sensitive to some of the tenant needs, but you know, particularly with the restaurants that we're trying to focus in on the promenade, you know, we really want to really tightly control that. The only thing relative to the hardware and the mechanics of the signs, which I agree should be hidden, I thought we had some language in there about hiding of some of that, but the blade signs that might be hanging down in front of the live work or some of the village promenade, there may be some, you know, material, there may be some appurtenances or others, or there may be some hardware that goes down that is decorative, is more of a blade sign, because those type of bottom floor, you know, commercial use is going to do better with a blade sign when you're walking down than it would be having one attached to the front of the building that you can't see, because it's really more of a pedestrian environment. But they're all good comments. I appreciate their comments.
I have the appropriate page up on the construction of the signs and hiding of the seams, and just, I don't know if you want me to share that, but I have that for
sure, if you
reference.
Mr. Chairman, if that's all right.
Yes, please. And Commission, while he's bringing that up, it's 10:23. I anticipate, at least from my perspective, still a little bit of robust discussion on this. I'm not sure how much longer, but just after we discuss this slide, I'm going to be asking if we think this is something that we're going to want to continue, if we're going to want to try to power through a motion, or where we are. But please go ahead with the slide, and we'll get to that.
Sure. So I just wanted to point out the language that we've incorporated here. about joining, I assume people can see my cursor here, joining of materials should be finished in a way so as to be unnoticeable. Visible welds should be continuous and ground smooth. Rivets, screws, and other fasteners that extend to visible surfaces shall be flush, filled, and finished so as to be unnoticeable. And then this lower section here, conduit, raceways, crossovers, wiring, ballast boxes, transformers, and other equipment necessary for sign connection shall be concealed. All bolts, fastenings, and clips shall consist of enameling iron with porcelain, blah, 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 blah. So again, trying to make sure that the joining of the materials is finished to be unnoticeable, and that all the equipment necessary to connect the sign and have electricity go to it be concealed. So our intent is to make these things look as, you know, beautiful and flat and flush as possible.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodson, did that kind of help address some of what you were looking for?
Yeah, it did. I think I missed that part of page 30. I remember looking at some of the fabrication. I just missed that paragraph at the end.
Okay.
So thanks. And then I think, well, sorry.
No, please go ahead, Commissioner.
Since the design is not done, a way to build adoption into the process is to put it out as a contest, even for a design contest into the residents of Marina. There are a lot of artists in our community, and that entryway, you could do that, and that could be an interesting way of trying to integrate the promenade into the community itself. Just throw that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Woodson.
If I could address one item about window signs for a second, I just, I wanted to correct myself, because I think earlier I said that there were no provisions for window signs in the existing zoning code. And in fact, there are in two categories, one temporary and one permanent. And the temporary signs, not displayed for more than 30 days, can cover no more than 50% of the window, which is pretty excessive, I think. And then for permanent signs that are painted, placed, taped, or displayed, otherwise suspended within 3 feet of a window and visible from the outside, displayed for more than 30 days, may cover no more than 10% of the window. So there are provisions in there. As far as temporary signs for 30 days, it's, you know, half the window area, which is pretty amazing.
And is that in our staff packet? I didn't see that, but I may have missed it.
No, that's in the zoning code itself.
Okay.
So that's section 1746 170, which is permitted signs. So it's
Okay,
pretty liberal.
So I have a couple more comments. You know, I think on one hand, we've got, you know, I see the two kind of dichotomies as something like Carmel, where maybe they limit all signs to 3 or 4 different colors and, you know, no window signage at all. And then there's something like Vegas, right, where there's lots of lights and lots of signs and windows. And, you know, I'm really struggling to where we go with this. I've written down, I think, 11 different points that I'd like to see addressed in any motion. I think a lot of them were covered in the staff's recommendation, but Commissioner, where do you think you want to go with this? Is this something we want to try to hammer out something tonight, or do we think we have suggestions to have it come back to us? Or I know it's getting late. I can see a lot of people yawning, and Commissioner Amadeo?
I think that we have enough information based on what staff has given us, what the applicant has given us, and our discussion to be able to formulate a motion tonight and move this forward. I don't see any reason to postpone it to another meeting. We already know we're going to have jammed meetings as it is, as things really begin to progress. I would hate to think that every time we turn around where we have something that's taken a lot of time, that we say we need a little more time and it gets postponed to another meeting.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Amadeo. Commissioner Woodson?
That's just me not putting my hand down.
Okay. Okay. So let's, I see no other hands. Let's see if we can start to formulate a motion here. Would anyone like to take a stab at starting one?
So Chair McCarthy, I took Steve's PowerPoint, his recommendations, how to modify, and these are all of these here. I guess, and highlighting the one that says no more than 25% of the window area can be blocked by window signage for future tenants and future developments.
Okay.
Can we look at that? No more than 25% of the window area can be blocked by window signage for future, that item. We see in Central Marina where these banners go up inside windows and they're temporary, and I would like to not see anything that is of a temporary nature on a window, blocking a window. So if we can have, I like the idea of some kind of a framed glass like you use for menus on an outside of a building that doesn't block the view into the building. So if something like that can be done where they want temporary signage, but there should be no permanent signage blocking the windows at all. If the commission wants to say X percentage of a window can be blocked for temporary signage, I have a problem with it, but okay. But certainly there shouldn't be any permanent signage that blocks 25% of a window area.
Yeah, I would just say I worked in a lot of cities, and most, people put up the free, $5.99 pizza or fries for $1.99 in the window, right? So
right,
most businesses have some type of signage in the window.
But can't they put that in a framed box like menus are put? That it's not blocking any window, it's on the side of the building?
So
next to the entrance?
Yeah, I would have to defer to Doug and his team, but most businesses, like I said, from a planning perspective, have some, I think you'd be really limiting. Yeah, even like if when the brass tap comes, they're gonna put, beers for $1 Friday. They're gonna have some sign, right? But yeah, I'd have to put to the applicant in terms of.
Yeah, I'd like to hear
No,
from Doug.
that would seem very, that would seem very limiting. But like I said, I'd punt to the applicant on that.
So before we go to Mr. Yount, I just want to say that Commissioner Amadeo, first of all, I guess I'm surprised to hear the comments. I feel like working on the commission, I've gotten to know you really well, and I tend to know what the kind of comments you're going to make, and that one actually surprises me. I too would be in favor of no signs in the windows. I don't know that it's realistic. I look at a lot of the new businesses, and that's kind of the new model, right? Is these kind of sticky signs that aren't even permanent. They could come off at any time. They generally don't. I would say for me, I would like to see the number maybe go down to 20% if that's something you think is feasible. But I would like to hear from Mr. Yount and get his input as well.
And
I would, because this is his experience area.
Yes, and I will also defer a little bit to Rob Keel because he's our sign expert and does this specifically for living in a variety of different communities. But I would actually suggest, and I might have one of my colleagues kick me later, but I would suggest that maybe you make it in conformance with the overall sign ordinance at the 10% of the window area. If the city's ordinance overall, even though the Dunes specific plan and the Dunes has regulations in it that are specific to the entitlement time period of 2005, and there may have been other sign ordinance modifications since then that don't apply, and also the specific plan does take precedence over the city's sign ordinance that was adopted as part of the specific plan. We would like as much help as we can with future tenants to be able to illustrate that we want to keep this as clean as possible. So if the current city ordinance says 10%, maybe it makes sense to say 10% here as well. I think eliminating it altogether and not having it either be temporary or having it allow any window signage, I think is probably not realistic with the market. But I think if we can have some language that minimizes it, but does allow for certain provision in there, I think at 10% may make sense. I don't know, Rob, what is there a concern with that, or what are your thoughts?
I agree with what you were saying. I think the idea is to discourage it, but to have some allowance for it, for a particularly small area, but certainly that it would not dominate the window. So yeah, I support what you're saying.
Okay.
And I could support the 10%. I don't see how that could obstruct our police officers from being able to patrol from their car and ensure the safety of the tenants and their customers, which is what my big concern is. So I wouldn't have a problem with 10%.
And I'd like to add one more twist, and then we'll go to Commissioner St. John. But because I don't think this issue is only about public safety, although I think that's a very important issue, I also think it's about aesthetic. And I think our previous community development director, Fred Agater, actually had mentioned that there's actually some science that there's some psychological benefit to having these windows open as we, see more crowded streetscapes and stuff. And it actually has a positive psychological impact on folks as well. So the twist I'd like to add is that we include translucent windows as well. And it comes to mind, there's the Chipotle building that's already at the dunes. And it's got a translucent window that faces 2nd Avenue, and it's littered with, equal opportunity of employment posters. I can tell from the outside what it is. It just doesn't convey very well to me. So if we can include translucent windows on there as well.
You mean the windows are discouraged, or that the translucent windows are discouraged from having signage?
Right, that less than 10% of the window can be covered, either
regardless of the window type.
Yeah,
correct.
Okay, so it would be I think it's in the bullet a point above there, Guido, relative to it says, of any window area, of any window type area, or a window area of any window type, maybe.
Okay, that's fine. Then I can that's fine.
Okay, and then we'll go to Commissioner St. John.
Yes. Do these provisions allow permit or otherwise more modern signage, like video monitor signs that are, it can be as small as a tablet or as big as a 75-inch screen? Those they're sort of cropping up in upscale stores and what have you.
That are displayed as
please go ahead, Mr. Young.
Mr. Chairman. Commissioner St. John, is it relative? Are you talking about video display signs that are, video monitors, flat screens, and other things that might be used as signage in the?
Yeah, primarily, flat screens, and it might not be a video, and it could be just a menu, or it could be, quite animated.
Right. I think what the purpose of these sign program is trying to do, or these guidelines, is try to set an outside guideline so that any type of sign, whether it's animated, whether it's electronic, whether it's static, must conform to these guidelines and try to capture it. Signage is very, as the professional planners on your staff will note, it's very difficult to write regulations for signs because there's so many variables and there's so much that happens. So you want to try to create guidelines that get at the policy objectives that you want to, but at the same time, don't discourage a certain amount of flexibility or creativity, to come forward. So it's a tough balancing act to do. And as you know, the retail world is extremely competitive. But at the same time, again, in our provisions of the promenade, particularly, we're trying to really focus in on sit-down restaurants, with the exception of one building, sit-down restaurants and those that really shouldn't have the need for so much of the additional typical retail signage. So.
Yeah, I understand.
Thank you, Commissioner St. John. Did you have another comment? Commissioner St. John?
No, I'm clear. Thank you.
Okay. So I've still got 4 items at least 4 items on my list. That actually, number 1 on my list, it's most important, is talks about lighting and illumination. And I've tried to think about how we can formulate a condition. We heard staff talk that there should be dark sky in accordance with dark sky principles. I'm concerned that language doesn't really mean anything. So I'd like to suggest a condition that says any sign not capable of achieving dark sky certification. So we're not requiring dark sky certification, but if it's not capable of achieving the certification, then it may be appealed to the Planning Commission for approval. And I think that's a little bit stronger language that makes more sense to me.
Mr. Chairman, can I address that?
Please.
I don't believe as an applicant that we would be in favor of that. I think the dark sky certification, I believe, is still a bit arbitrary. And where it's not, it's difficult when you have a lot of different types of illumination relative to signs. We have other provisions in the sign ordinance or the sign guidelines here that are very strict about types of lighting and and illumination and no neon and all sorts of things. The dark sky, I think if we're talking about lighting in general, we've got those provisions that are in the specific plan for parking lots and other types of lighting. I think this is really relative to signage, and I think there's other provisions in there that prevent any kind of signage that would create a dark sky issue. I think when you get into regulations that say must meet or equivalent to a certification without a well-defined certification process, and in my opinion, I think that's going too far. I think there are plenty of protections in these guidelines that exist and in the specific plan that would prevent someone from having a sign that is blasting up into the sky, that's blasting their neighbors, that's doing that. All of those are restricted and already have language in there throughout. So I respectfully would say that that's a provision that we would have real heartburn with.
Okay, I appreciate that input. What I would say to Mr. Young and the commission is, we've seen in the media lately that, Carmel High School is installing stadium lighting, and, stadium lighting, obviously a lot more bright than the traditional retail sign. And even they were willing to seek dark sky certification, even before the CEQA lawsuits hit. That was something that they were willing to do. I understand the concern and why the applicant would be hesitant to be supportive of that language. I am very concerned that our night sky in the last 15 years that I've been here has been brightened incredibly so. Every time I fly into Monterey, I'm just in total shock how, and it's not just Monterey, it's Marina. In fact, it's very much Marina. It is different, 5 years ago and 10 years ago. I used to fly into Monterey and Marina was very dark. And granted, that's because there wasn't a lot of development there. But even in the developed areas, it has gotten incredibly bright. One of our local photographers just posted a photo the other day, and it just shows this dramatic, bright marina landscape that didn't exist before. And with the advent of super cheap and super bright LED lights, it's a concern of mine, and it's one that I've voiced time and time again. So I don't know if any commissioners have any other recommendations, but I would still be in favor of some form of strict language that's objective and isn't. I think we get ourselves in trouble when we say in accordance with dark sky standards. I'm not sure that that's objective enough. And I think we're setting ourselves up to have this discussion down the road where someone says, well, what does that mean, right? And so what I'm trying to do is come up with the most objective language possible. And again, I'm not recommending that we require dark sky certification, although I think that would be great. And in other areas of the city, I've made that recommendation, but I think I'm still likely to support saying that it's appealable to the Planning Commission.
So appeal has a lot of connotations for me as a city planner. You might want to not say appeal, but maybe reviewed by. I
mean, the other option that I have. Sorry if I'm cutting you off there.
Oh no, it's okay. It's okay.
I mean, the other option that I can think of, and it's one that we've mentioned, and it may sound out of the ordinary, but I'm telling you, many cities do it, and that is to have the city invest in a lumen meter, develop some guidelines, and I think that's something that would have to come back before we approve it, but some guidelines about how far out the light can stretch, in all directions. So I'm really concerned about preserving the night sky as best we can. I think that we've already lost a lot of that battle, unfortunately. But I think if we have an opportunity to do that tonight, the commission should really look at that. Commissioner Amadeo, I'm sorry, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, in terms of this discussion on the dark sky, you talked about how much the light extends out. Well, with dark sky, it's how much it extends up. You're still, the neighborhood I live in went to LED lights. Okay, most of Marina is headed that direction into LED street lights. And they're shielded and they aim down. With the old lights, the light spread out. And even though it was a dimmer light, I didn't have dark spots between the light fixtures, the light poles. Now I have dark spots, and dark spots are not pedestrian friendly. So when you talk about lumens, and we can do that. In fact, I can remember when they were doing the Kentucky Fried Chicken. And one of the things that we looked at as planning commissioners was how the lighting for Kentucky Fried Chicken, and it's all different kinds of lighting. There was the parking lot lighting, there was signage lighting, there was directed lighting directly off the building that lit the sidewalks. How did that spread throughout to give security to pedestrians without, and we were trying to deal with dark sky issues without bouncing light up into the sky. And what we found is that certain kinds of lighting is more likely to bounce light into the sky. So are your surfaces. So a sidewalk is going to bounce more light into the sky. Light colored buildings are going to bounce more light into the sky. The LED is a very directed light downward, but if what it's hitting is light in color, that light gets reflected back up into the sky. So you can map out the lumens for any area, but you need to look at the kind of lighting that you're using and the surface that it's hitting in order to understand whether or not you're meeting those dark sky principles. And when you're developing a project, one of the things that comes through is the lighting plan. I don't think it has much to do with signage. I think it's much more about the lighting that is going to be on a building or street lights and how that impacts the dark sky. And tonight, what we're looking at is signage. And signage is all about, is it shielded? Is it bare bulb? We don't have any bare bulbs, no neon. Those are the kinds of things that send light out. It needs to be directed and it needs to be subdued. And I actually think that this has done a good job of addressing the issues that impact light going into the sky as opposed towards the ground or out towards the street where people are going to want to see what's that restaurant I was looking for. So the type of signage light is what's really relevant tonight. And I think they've done a good job of addressing the kinds of lighting that is okay and the kinds of lighting that you can't do for signage. Uplighting is a disaster. Neon is a disaster. Bare bulb is a disaster. I'm sure we all remember the bulbs that flicker and go around a sign, which are very popular in some cities, but we wouldn't have them here because that does definitely impact night sky.
Thank you.
Dark sky.
Commissioner Amadeo, can I ask Mr. Flint, there was in the presentation, there was some language in there about lighting in particular, and in the presentation, essentially, if it was too bright, that it could possibly come back to the commission. Could you remind us what that language was?
Yeah, let me hold on one second. Let me get back to that.
I have your presentation up if you.
I'm not sure if it's actually in the presentation as much as it was in the text of the staff report.
Oh, the staff. I can bring up your staff report. That's fine. So, related to second. 1 second. 1 second. Trying to pull it up right now.
I have you want I have the resolution up right now. You want to put that on the screen?
He said it was in the staff report, so.
Oh, it has lighting.
Yeah. Trying to see what page of your staff report. I have it up, Steve. But
yeah, I'm kind of going through it myself.
I think it's in the resolution.
Is it?
Yeah.
I have to hear. Let me pull it up real quick.
No problem. I was going to mention as well that when I do sign permits for signs, like for a shopping center sign or a sign that's internally illuminated, I usually add a condition of approval that only the letters or the logo are illuminated and not the rest of the sign. Sometimes when you have internally illuminated signs, it's like a beacon, and so I require applicants usually to blacken out all the other areas. So just as another condition of approval. Didn't see that. So.
And I appreciate that comment. I think a good example of that is maybe the Target sign, which if you're like me and you drive around late at night on a foggy night, I mean, that sign is, it's very illuminated. You can see it from a far distance, and if you're elderly and you know the way that light refracts the red onto the street, I mean, I can see where those kind of things create problems for people. So maybe a question for Mr. Young: how if there was a condition that all lighting must be, and Nick, help me out here, but there's a word for that where just the letters are illuminated.
I think we have, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I think there's a lot of provisions of language already in there. And Rob, maybe you could help here, because I think we did address that in some of the comments early on, or some of the language in the thing, because we too are concerned about, we don't want signs to become, blasting beacons. as
Yeah,
well.
let me
Now,
locate that language. I believe I have that here. Give me a moment to just locate that.
okay, yeah, because I thought they've gone over some of this before.
And
Oh, I just found the provision you're looking for.
Okay.
What it says here in the staff report is that site and architectural design review board or planning commission or city council on appeal shall retain the right to require reduction in the intensity of illumination after the installation of an illuminated sign if said illumination creates an undue glare, annoyance, or hazard.
okay, so that's already in the condition, recommended condition.
Yes, and then
that's up on the screen right now.
Okay.
So,
okay. Mr. Chairman, may I address that comment or
please,
that condition? I understand what you're trying to get at here. I'm a little concerned about what if somebody says, says, well, I just don't like that sign. I believe its intensity is too great. It creates an undue glare. It's annoying. Well, what's the standard for that? What are the objective standards around that determination coming back, and that it must go to the planning commission? Isn't this really a staff function, or like you said here, a public nuisance for the Marina nuisance ordinance? Where staff is determining that this is a nuisance, so basically it's almost a health and safety or a nuisance provision, is one thing, is fine. I just think if it's left to the whims of someone who maybe doesn't like that retailer or doesn't like that particular sign, then the planning commission or design review board gets involved and says and dictates what's the reduction is. I just foresee some real headaches coming with a particular tenant, and if there happens to be some disagreement versus some objective standard relative to the real issue, which is glare or annoyance, or I mean nuisance.
Nuisance.
No, thank you for the comments. And I think that's what I was trying to get at earlier, was trying to find that objective language. And I just want to add too, because you've said several times, Mr. Yount, that you neither want to have signs that are going to be disliked, right, by the community, and I certainly believe that. And I think what we're trying to do here tonight is create those objective guidelines so that when your tenant or Mr. Negri's tenant, comes and says, hey, we want to put up this sign, it's easier for all parties to kind of go to that document and say, well, here's the objective guidelines. And we know through this process that that's often hard to do. But that kind of takes me back to my two recommendations. Either say that if it's not capable of being dark sky certified, right? And so who proves that? I don't know. Maybe the appellant would have to try to pay the fee to try to get it certified and see if it fails. Or if that's not language that's acceptable to the commission, again, some kind of lumen indicator or some objective metric that is easy for staff, is easy for developers, is easy for retailers to kind of abide by. And I'm just not seeing it at this point, and that concerns me.
okay, so you said you had 4 other. So besides that one,
Yeah.
is there?
All right.
Just so we can, and not that your issue is not valid, but just maybe we can get to the other 3 and then.
Sure. I would think this condition doesn't have to be put in there, but I'd be curious to get staff's input. There's I was recently in Key West, and the city of Key West required on a certain segment for all signs to be red because the sea turtles it was an environmental concern. So my question to staff is, should there be a condition that any credible negative environmental impact shall be a cause for
No,
city?
I mean, we would cover that under another, normal CEQA review. And I've been
Okay.
a planner for 18 years, and I don't think I've ever had a CEQA issue. I've had an illumination issue come up several times, but never a CEQA issue.
Okay. No, and
I just,
agree. I would,
sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to point out that that specific wording is in the zoning code now. It's in section 1746, 130 under illumination of signs. So that's where that came from.
right, but the question earlier was, does the zoning code apply to this? And the answer I thought we got was, no, this is a master sign program onto its own.
That's why we're recommending it be included in the master sign program, so it is enforceable in this project.
Okay, that the sign code or just that one statement?
Well, I think I said it before. What we're trying to do is incorporate the relevant provisions of the design guidelines, of the zoning code, of the specific plan, of the Highway 1 corridor recommendations into one document, because it doesn't exist now. And to tell you the truth, I really think that the city, as we're talking about tonight, really ought to undertake a complete overhaul of their sign and lighting regulations that is in the code. So then it would apply to places other than just the specific plan area.
Okay. All right. So my last comment, and then we'll stop the Brian McCarthy show. I appreciate the commission's patience with all of my comments here, but I do support the language that says the retail sign on IMGen should be approved by the planning commission. I think that came from staff. Is that? Yeah, that first one.
Yeah, I think the recommendation was for any other sign, because the one sign that's on IMGen is in a location. And I think that the specific wording essentially says in this location, in this general location, it can be located there. If it was going to be located further south on, say, 2nd Avenue, that's a whole new location that hasn't even been called out in this program. That would go to the planning commission.
Right, that makes sense. I mean, we're not recommending that the existing sign seeks reapproval, but if a new
Correct.
sign of a different, yeah, right, okay.
And so that's why I think that the revision that Rob was suggesting is that he put in there only one location as shown in that document. So they're not even going to propose another location.
Okay. And that's all I have, Commission. I'm still stuck on the lighting issue. And again, appreciate everyone's patience as I work through those. Commissioner Amadeo?
I would make a motion at this point, since no other commissioners have raised their hand to ask further questions or make comments. And I would make the motion to adopt the resolution approving the master sign program for the Dunes on Monterey Bay, referred to as signage standards, subject to revisions and additions based on the modifications recommended by city staff at the March 10th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting, as shown in the comments that Guido has typed up for us.
Okay, and I will second that for the sake of discussion. I think I can see the entire page there, Guido. Commissioner Herr, I think I heard you, but did you have something to add?
No, I was wondering if Guido could enlarge the screen a little more, because the font is very tiny.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
I think I'll just go into discussion here. I think this is something I could support. I know the language regarding being a nuisance isn't something the developer would support. You know, I feel very confident that it's not going to become an issue. I hope that it's not, but I think I can support that language as staff's initial recommendation. It's not ideal for me because it is not as objective as I would like it to be, but it's one of those, I guess, you know, and negotiate. It's better than nothing. Any other comments on the motion?
I was going to make one. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that what puts teeth in this, where your night sky concern, or excuse me, dark sky concerns are, is that the bullet point right before C, the language that says creates any undue public nuisance per the Marina nuisance ordinance. So we have an ordinance that deals specifically with things that are a nuisance, and the lighting can be a nuisance. So I think that gives us the teeth that I believe you're looking for, and gives us a way of dealing with it through the Design Review Board, Planning Commission, or City Council.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the developer, it's clear they understand that modern sign technology is changing, and I'm very hopeful that they will implement and adopt as much of that new technology as possible, whether it's dimmers, things that can help give them the most flexibility. I know we haven't put a lot of that as conditions in here, but I'm cautiously optimistic. I hope that we can preserve as much of our dark night sky as possible. It's a unique situation we're in the city of Marina. Our neighbors, the Pacific Ocean, put off absolutely no light, and that's not something most cities can say. So it's an interesting kind of paradigm to have to deal with. Any other comments before we go for a vote?
Before we go to a vote, just wanted to make a note that Commissioner Audra Walton went to use the restroom. So
okay.
We might want to wait for her to return before we make a vote.
Absolutely.
And just to restate the motion for her, so that way she's on the same page, because she left before you guys made the motion.
Okay, so we will wait for Commissioner Walton to return.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for confirming you're back. I wanted to make sure you weren't left out of the motion.
I appreciate that.
Did you hear the motion, Commissioner Walton?
I did not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so if Guido, if you can scroll up, I will repeat the motion that I move to adopt a resolution approving a master sign program, SG 2021-15, for the dunes on Monterey Bay, referred to as signage standards, subject to revisions and additions based on the modifications recommended by city staff at the March 10, 2022 Planning Commission, as noted in Guido's notes in front of you.
And I seconded the motion. Has everyone had a chance to take a look at that? Any last minute questions or comments before we go to a vote? I'm not seeing anyone. I can't see your faces, so I'm assuming no one's raised their hand.
So Nick's going to do a roll call, Chair.
Yeah, let's go for a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Commissioner Nancy Amadeo?
Yes.
Commissioner Hyunsu Her?
Yes.
Commissioner Surinder Rana?
Yes.
Commissioner Audra Walton?
Yes.
Commissioner Glenn Woodson?
Yes.
Commissioner Richard St. John?
Yes.
And Chair Brian McCarthy?
Yes. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you to all the commission staff, and especially the applicant, who I can only imagine how difficult it is to sit and listen to all of these comments, but it's very much appreciated.
Thank you, Chairman McCarthy and members of the commission. I appreciate your support, and more to come on the dunes over the next year. There'll be a lot coming your way. So thanks for your action tonight. Appreciate you spending the extra time.
Excellent. Okay, we have one item left, and that is chair and vice chair elections. Staff, I don't know if you have anything you want to say on this item, or?
No, Christy has been really helpful because she's been with the city longer. I guess there is a provision she made me aware of that. I guess the chair, here, let me pull it up off the screen real quick. You guys probably know this already, but just so we're, it was under chapter 2 of the municipal code. 1 second.
let me find it real quick.
I think you had it 2.12 on your.
Yeah, I had it up on my screen. I gotta find it again. 1 second.
I think it's on one of your tabs. I think I saw it.
Yeah, it's late. Sorry.
No worries.
It's late. Hold on. What is it? Here, 1 second. I got it. So what does it say? 2.12. 2.12 commission. Each commission shall elect a chair and vice chair from among its members, who shall serve for a term of 1 year. The term of chair shall not exceed 2 successive years. The duties of the officer shall be as follows, and then it lists the response. So I guess you could be chair for 2, because not 3 successive years. I guess that's how I'm reading that. So and I'm new to the city, Brian, so I don't know if it's this year, first year, second year. I'm not sure. So
Yeah, and honestly, I'm not sure either. I know this is my second election. I think that would make my second successive year. I guess technically Kathy Biala left right after the first of 1 year. But either way, I guess I would like to hear from the commission if there's any nominations for chair and vice chair.
Wow.
And yes, I had brought this up to Guido, this language in here. So it's, and I just want to make the comment that I think it's good language. I think it's well-intentioned, and I would like to see more people stand up into what is, as Commissioner Amadeo knows, a very difficult role. It's one that I have enjoyed, but it's certainly not easy. And I would love to see others step up that feel they're capable and willing to take on that role.
And have the time.
The quick question, if I can just jump in. Brian, are you saying you can't serve another year as chair, or am I misunderstanding that?
So
you're at the 2-year mark already?
Yeah, I have basically done 2 full years. I mean, I started a little bit late in January, but it's already almost April. So, I would say that the spirit of that code is to ensure that role is rotated. So, and I'll leave it at that. I don't want to opine if that means that's 2 successful years or not, but
yeah, I think it's after 2 years you have to rotate. So.
I think it's interesting that it hasn't been followed. Our last, well, other than Kathy Bialy, but David Burnett was chair for many years. And when I was on the planning commission, generally we rotated every year, but we had one chair that was chair for many years. So it's been ignored. Let's put it that way.
Well, the ordinance, according to the municipal code, this thing was adopted in 0506. I don't know if that was before your time or not.
That was, I came on the commission in 05.
Okay, so maybe.
So here's what I'm
bored, but I'm fortunate to have Christy as somebody who reports to me, and she has a lot of the history that I don't. So I'm appreciative she shares that with me. So yeah.
I just think it's interesting. How many years was David Burnett?
I think quite a few, but here's what I'd like to recommend Commissioner Amadeo and the rest of the commission is what I've heard from some commissioners is that they simply don't have the time. I would like to ask commissioners not be shy and nominate themselves for chair if they feel they have the time, kind of skill set and willingness to do this. With one caveat, I know there's another part of our procedures manual that says you have to have been on the commission for at least a year to serve in the role of chair. That requirement does not exist for vice chair.
Right. I'm willing to serve. I'm willing to serve as chair or vice chair. I'm sorry that you can't continue to do it because I think you've been an excellent chair. And I think that's part of what we're seeing right now is that you are highly respected as the chair of this commission. So but I'm willing to serve either way.
I appreciate that comment. And with that, I'd like to nominate Nancy Amadeo to be chair of the Planning Commission. But we will accept any other nominations as well, if anyone would like to speak up.
I would like to second your nomination of Nancy Amadeo.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Walton. Not seeing any other hands. Let's take a vote on chair and then we'll go to vice chair. So motion by Brian to nominate to appoint, whatever the word is, Nancy Amadeo for chair of the Planning Commission, seconded by Commissioner Walton. Roll call vote, please.
Clarifying question, does Nancy vote on this?
Sure.
Roll call?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay, I'm just checking. All right.
I can always vote no.
I don't know. I'm not, yeah, anyway, sorry. Okay, roll call, sorry. Planning Commissioner Brian McCarthy.
Yes.
Planning Commissioner Nancy Amadeo.
Yes.
Planning Commissioner Hyun-Soo Her.
Yes.
Planning Commissioner Surinder Rana.
Yes.
Planning Commissioner Audra Walton.
Yes.
Commissioner Glenn Woodson.
Yes.
Commissioner Richard St. John.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. All right. So same deal for vice chair. Any nominations for vice chair?
How about I nominate our current or our immediate past chair, Brian McCarthy.
And I would be happy to accept nomination. All right. Motion by Commissioner Chair Amadeo and seconded by Commissioner Rana. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Commissioner Brian McCartney.
Yes.
Commissioner Nancy Amadeo.
Yes.
Commissioner Hyun-Soo Her.
Yes.
Commissioner Surinder Rana.
Yes.
Commissioner Audra Walton.
Yes.
Commissioner Glenn Woodson.
Yes.
Commissioner Richard St. John.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Motion passes unanimously as well. With that, for grins, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Chair Amadeo and let her adjourn the meeting.
Well, oh, wait a minute. I don't even have my agenda up. So I am assuming that there are opportunities for comment from staff on what may be coming up next.
Yeah, we don't have anything for March 24th, but April 14th, we have, according to the memo that I keep, 1, 2, possibly 3 or 4 items on April 14th. So yes, we have a lot, but on March 24th, we didn't make the noticing deadline for a couple items. So April 14th will be a little bit packed. So.
Okay, so it'll be another late meeting then.
Yeah, but you guys are a good commission. You guys get through a lot more stuff than my previous city. So you guys are actually, you guys are good. You guys actually get through stuff. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
So.
Okay, if there's nothing else, then I'm going to say good night and this meeting is adjourned.